Good evening and welcome to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. It's day 3 at the Democratic National Convention. The main event will start tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be covering the convention live tonight and tomorrow when presidential candidate Kamala Harris closes it up with her nomination acceptance speech.
And here with us at the desk is Democratic strategist Theron Bond. And we'll also be hearing from many big speakers tonight, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, United States Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, former President of the United States Bill Clinton, and of course Vice President nominee Tim Walz.
And on the ground there in Chicago, we've got multiple teams. NTD Washington correspondents Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez on the floor there at the DNC. NTD's Kelly Wright at Media Row, and here in the DC, NTD election data analyst Dave Martin at the Data Hub here in New York. Now first, let's go to Jack and Luis. Guys, what's the atmosphere like there on day 3?
Well, it's picking up a lot faster here. We see a lot more people on the floor, and today's theme is a fight for our freedoms. Last night was really exciting, Luis. Are we going to experience the same excitement tonight?
Yeah, so day 1, day 2, we had the ceremonial roll calls. Monday for Tim Walz, and then Tuesday, for Kamala Harris. Today we're going to have a little bit of a void because that excitement, which was one of the best parts of the first 2 days of the convention, is not going to happen today. But we're going to have a star-studded lineup of artists that are going to perform. We have John Legend, we have Pink, we have Stevie Wonder. Also, Oprah Winfrey is going to introduce one of the speakers today. So it'll be exciting to see the crowd cheer for their favorite artist, and that will definitely add to the excitement for today.
Yeah, and right before Tim Walz is playing, of course, you mentioned John Legend will open up for his speech, pump them up. But Walz needs to really let the people know what his policies are tonight. He needs to reach out to the swing voters. Being the governor of a swing state already, he needs to expand his reach to those voters. How he's going to win those voters over, it can really make or break tonight his speech. Let people know what he stands for.
Yeah, we've heard from participants here at the DNC, and they're expecting to hear a little bit more of policy for today. We know that, for example, former President Donald Trump has more than 8 months, designing his campaign, his message, and what the policy platforms are. But we haven't heard that from the Harris-Walz ticket, and attendees of the DNC tonight will be listening very carefully to Walz's speech to see what they're going to say.
Yeah, and Luis, while all this is going on our way over here, we saw pro-Palestinian protests, just starting off on day 3 like we saw on day 1 and 2. And last night, there were about 60 people arrested at one of these protests, according to authorities, local police.
Yeah, so we've expected this, for instance, before the conventions on Monday, Tuesday, and we expect more protests throughout the day today. Of course, the numbers are way less than expected. We remember that on Monday they expected over 20,000 protesters, but we ended up seeing a fraction of that. So yeah, a lot of excitement for this third day, and earlier today I got the opportunity to hear John Legend during the sound check, and that was very exciting. You see people rushing into the arena to have a little private concert from John Legend.
Yeah, it must have been very exciting. Well, we'll bring you more from here on the floor. Back to you guys.
All right, Jack and Luis, they're on the floor. Thank you. And now to NTD's Kelly Wright, who's at our booth there at the convention. Kelly, what are you hearing on the ground there?
Well, kind of the same thing that you're hearing from Jack and Luis on the floor. What's happening on the floor of the convention hall is reverberating even out here. People from the outside are bringing that energy in, and a lot of that has to do with what unfolded in the past 2 nights, particularly last night when Michelle Obama went to the stage and rocked the House with an incredible speech, followed by her husband, the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. Going back to Michelle Obama, she challenged the people here in attendance of the DNC Democratic National Convention, stating, do something. So there is a sense of energy. Earlier this morning, you heard Jack and Luis talk about John Legend. John Legend, I happened to hear speaking about his hope for America, actually. He was talking about that this morning at the Congressional Black Caucus over at the McCormick Place. And that was followed by Jamie Harrison, who, of course, is the DNC chair. And he just recently spoke to me about the fact that he believes there is momentum here that will come out of this Democratic National Convention and move all the way to Election Day November 5th. But the main thing that they're focused about is getting out the vote and getting the ground game. Tonight will be exciting. Tomorrow night will be even more exciting. It keeps getting stronger and better for the Democrat Party, but they still, as Michelle Obama says, they have a lot of work to do, and that's exactly what they're focusing and zeroing in on.
Kelly, right there at the booth. Thank you. And let's go now to the Data Hub with NTD's Dave Martin, who's got a lot prepared for us tonight. Dave, take it away.
Thank you, Tiff. As we wait for the DNC to start tonight, I want to take a look at top voter issues and how they've changed really over the last 2 years. Let's actually start with where they were in 2022. Here we go, top voter issues 2022. This is according to a YouGov poll dated July to August 2022. Number one here, inflation prices, not a big surprise. Of course, inflation went up significantly in 2021 and 2022. Now, somewhat related here is number two, jobs and the economy, tied actually with healthcare at 12%. 10% meanwhile said climate change was their top voter issue. Meanwhile, just 6% said immigration was their top issue. That was actually the sixth highest on this poll. Now, fast forward 2 years to this week, actually it was last week, August 11 to 13 YouGov poll, top voter issues 2024. Inflation prices still number one and growing, goes up 6%. Nearly 1 in 4 people said that was still their number one issue. Jobs in the economy, not much of a difference, up 1%. But look at this, immigration doubles here. It goes to 12%, goes past healthcare and climate change. 12% of people say this is their top issue. Now, some have credited Texas Governor Greg Abbott for kind of bringing this issue into the spotlight, busing those migrants to a lot of Democrat-run cities. So it'll be interesting to hear if Kamala Harris addresses immigration in her talk tomorrow night, or if Tim Walz discusses it tonight. Now, I'll be back later on with some more polls, but for right now, let's head back to the desk.
All right, Dave Martin there for us. Thank you. And we will be checking in with everyone throughout the night.
And coming back to our in-studio guest, we have Democratic strategist Theron Bond. Great to have you with us, Theron.
Thank you for having me.
Right off the top here, obviously the headline speaker tonight is VP candidate Governor Tim Walz. He's the headline speaker. What opportunities does he have tonight that you think he might be able to boost the campaign's reach and support?
I actually think he's already done a really good job at that. Governor Tim Walz has got really great momentum. I think people are actually more excited about him than Vice President Kamala Harris. I know that's very shocking to say, but he just brought so much energy to the campaign. He brought a freshness. We've already seen how his progressive values have done great things for the state of Minnesota. Now imagine what those things will do for the country. I think people are excited to hear him speak. He's a really good speaker. He's even comedic, so I think we'll have a lot of good zingers and one-liners that come out of it. Even when we saw this rapper Lil Jon last night representing Georgia, he has a song, and all I was thinking was, man, from the West Coast to the Walls, that's a really good tagline for this election, and I think he will serve the American people with great pride.
You mentioned the governor is a very good speaker, but what about him do you think has been exciting the base so much? We've heard maybe headlines calling him Coach Walz, maybe making him more likable or relatable, but what about Walz is really motivating the base?
I think because there are so many question marks about Vice President Harris, that Governor Tim Walz's policies are already out there. We know he's very left-leaning, very liberal, very progressive. He was once upon a time a moderate, but has shifted more left. And that's what some of the younger voters in the party, a lot of the people in the voting blocks that have been overlooked, a lot of people in the uncommitted movement, there are policies that he's put forward that people can really identify with and like, juxtaposed to what we don't know about where Vice President Harris currently stands.
When it comes to those progressive values, if you will, right, the governor has been quite open about them. For example, he's issued licenses to illegal immigrants. He's also offered free college for low-income families. Can he bring in the more right-leaning voters to steal them away from Trump? How do you view that?
I don't know that that's his place. I think that his place was to energize a particular base. There were already so many gaps in Vice President Harris's campaign, and I think he fills those gaps just enough for Democrats to get a win in November, as long as Vice President Harris, once she releases her policies, they don't tank the campaign. So I think he does just enough. I don't know that he would really bring in a lot of rural voters. It's possible. I mean, based on where he's from. You know, he's from middle America. He knows that life. He grew up in that life. So that authenticity has never left him, despite him being a more progressive governor.
When it comes to that, given that we do maybe know more of Governor Walz's policies, are you expecting to hear much in terms of policy in tonight's speech?
From Governor Walz, it's possible because he has a record that he can explain to people. He has things that he can concretely say that he's done. Vice President Harris has been vice president. She's not had to be the final decision maker in many things. She's been the tiebreaker a few times in the Senate. But beyond that, nothing that we can say has been her policy that she presented as vice president. Governor Tim Walz, however, can say that, and it's present and it's current. So hopefully those two together will be the perfect melting pot and meeting of the minds to get the right agenda to move America forward.
And right now, given that we're still waiting for VP Harris's policies, right, what do you see as the biggest challenges to both campaigns? So Harris-Walz and Trump-Vance.
On the Harris-Walz side, I'm going to say Vice President Harris's failure to have policy at this point. She's been elected long enough where she has some firm values or something to stand on. And she also ran for president back in 2020. So she knew then, you know, some things that she might do if she were to become president. So where are those things? So I think we need to know those. I think as far as Trump-Vance, you know, if former President Donald Trump could be quiet, you know, it's okay to be quiet sometimes, keep things to yourself. He mentioned that earlier in his address in North Carolina. You know, sometimes it's okay to keep things to yourself. If he was able to do that, honestly, he wouldn't put his foot in his mouth so much, and people would be more inclined to hear him. Similar to what he did in the debate when it was him versus Joe Biden earlier this year. That's why he did so well, because he stuck to the message. He spoke directly to the issues, and that served him well. And it kind of brought out some of the issues that President Biden had at the time. So if he was able to do that a little better and stop just pinging Vice President Harris every opportunity he got, then people would focus more on his policies. Even though, you know, everyone may not like them, they exist, they can be reviewed. And so people have something to go to, but they worry more about what he's going to say and who he's going to say it about at this point.
Your point, many have been saying that Trump is his own worst enemy.
Yes.
But I guess we're going to see that play out more throughout these coming days, weeks, and months leading up to the convention. We are going to leave the discussion here for just a minute. We'll return after this very short break with a lot more lined up for you tonight, so stay with us.
The Kindness is Cool Video Awards are back for their second year. Record and nominate acts of kindness, both big and small, from individuals, families, and communities. Submit your videos on ganjingworld.com with the hashtag KindnessIsCool. Win a $10,000 grand prize and be featured on a New York Times Square billboard. Visit ganjingworld.com and start sharing today. Kindness is cool.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney as I looked and my wife was at my side and my kids had me surrounded. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This could be all there is.
Not having him around for Riley to grow up with and have that papa figure in his life, that would have been hard.
This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. And that's why I'm asking you to become a monthly donor for just $19 a month. When you do, you'll help fund the next medical breakthrough that could save your life or the life of someone you love. You'll also provide life-saving CPR training and help certify hospitals to give the best care to those who have had a heart attack or stroke. When you give $19 a month, we'll send you a t-shirt just like this one. From the moment you put it on, you'll help raise awareness for heart disease and stroke. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. And that's why it's personal for me.
We're very thankful for everyone who is a donor because it gives us more time.
Every 40 seconds, someone has a heart attack. The next person you help save could be someone you love or even you. Become a monthly donor today by calling or going to helpheart.org because it's personal.
It's a painting that is peaceful. There's a lot of beauty in it. And you forget about whatever you might be worried about.
And welcome back to NTD's special coverage of Day 3 of the Democratic National Convention taking place in Chicago, Illinois. Bringing it back in studio with our guests, Theron Bond, Javier Palomares. It's great to have you both. Javier, we'll just start. We'll get your take on Tim Walz. He's supposed to be, the headline speaker for tonight. Kamala Harris's vice presidential candidate. What do you expect to hear from him?
I would expect that he would cover his affinity to the agricultural industry, something that the United States Hispanic Business Council is very happy to hear more about. Obviously, he's a veteran, so I would expect that he would touch upon his service to the nation. Deep respect for that. This is a guy who was a coach and a teacher. I expect him to kind of retell his story and kind of reset the frame for who he is and what he represents. I think he's got a great story to tell, frankly. I think he's a fresh new face, and thus far appears to be doing pretty good. We'll see what tonight brings. But, that's a guy under a lot of pressure tonight, I can tell you that.
And another big speaker tonight is going to be former President Bill Clinton. What do you think he's going to say, and what messages do you expect him to emphasize in his speech?
When you look at former President Clinton, he remains a beloved figure in America, certainly in the Democratic Party. He still carries a lot of weight, evidenced by the fact that he's here tonight. I expect him to talk about the unity that needs to exist. I expect him maybe to take a shot or two at the other side. I wouldn't be too surprised. But I'm hopeful that we hear more about, I'd like to hear more about the insights and the strategies and the policies, not the personal attacks. So I'm hopeful that it will be, as everything has been thus far, upbeat, about bringing us together and about having to fight for democracy. That's kind of where I expect former President Clinton to go.
Theron, although former President Clinton has high accolades among the Democratic Party during his time in office in terms of policies, does he run the risk of being a potential liability for the Democratic Party with sort of his past that isn't looked upon so positively?
I don't, but I think what he can speak to is how to overcome challenges. And the Harris-Walz team, they have a lot of challenges to overcome in a very short amount of time. So I think that's something he can speak to for quite some time and really show how he's persevered and how the Harris-Walz administration can persevere through this and persevere through a potential presidency. I think if he's anything like his wife, the former secretary, he's gonna give us some great remarks. I don't think he'll be too long though. He knows this is not the Bill Clinton show, not anymore. But in a true Southern way, he's gonna speak to the issues and he's gonna give a few zingers, and then I think that'll be the summation of what he gives us.
I'll expand on that a little bit. Of course, it is not his night tonight, but as we've seen, right, former President Clinton did reach out to a lot of groups back in the day. He did reach across the aisle. He got a lot of former Republicans, if you will, to vote for him. He got a lot of the maybe Hispanic black vote as well. Given that, Javier, what do you see the Harris-Walz team needing to do to learn from what Clinton did successfully back in the day?
I think you've got in the Harris-Walz team a team that is looking for whatever guidance they can get from those that came before them, evidenced by the fact that last night, we saw that amazing speech from former President Obama. To Theron's point, though, and I agree, President Obama made it very clear this thing is far from over. This is still a fight. We're celebrating, it feels fantastic, but we got to get back to work. And I think he made that point very clear. I would think that President Clinton will also hit on that. I think relative to, overall what his demeanor is going to be, what the speech is going to be about, my sense is it'll be, bring it together, let's stay focused, we got to deliver this thing. I think he's going to hit on the things that have always played well for Bill Clinton, right? There'll be a little humor there, there'll be some tongue in cheek. I'm looking forward to it, really, and I'm excited to see what he brings to the party. I think there's a deep sense of respect. The puts and the takes on Bill Clinton's history, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, the man was asked to come, and that says a lot for the Biden administration. It says a lot for the Harris administration in terms of the respect that the Democratic Party still has for Bill Clinton.
Well, we're going to have plenty of more analysis in studio, but right now we're going to go to the DNC where NTD's Kelly Wright is standing by. Kelly, what can you tell us? Who are you with there?
Well, Steve, right now I'm with the mayor of Sacramento, which is the capital of California, and he is Mayor Darrell Steinberg. Thank you for joining us, Mayor.
My pleasure, Kelly.
It's an honor to have you on NTD News, and you're here for what reason?
Well, I'm here to enthusiastically support my friend, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. I'm here because I believe that this country deserves a lot better than what Donald Trump has to offer. And I know Kamala Harris and known her for 25 years and have seen her leadership, her intelligence, her drive, her affability, her ability to relate, and she's going to be superb.
You've known her for 25 years, so you've known her when she, even a little bit before she stepped into public office. She's always
I
been
knew
a
her
public
when she represented San Francisco as
in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area, exactly right, as its district attorney.
How would you describe Kamala Harris for those who are still trying to find out who she is?
She is a unique combination of compassion, drive, intelligence, and toughness. I will tell you a real story.
Sure.
Back when I was pro tem of the Senate and she was the Attorney General of California, she was one of the attorney generals that was suing the mortgage companies when so many thousands of people lost their homes as a result of the fraud and the mortgage crisis. Well, there was a settlement presented, and most of the other attorney generals signed off on it, and Attorney General Harris said no. It's not nearly enough for the people who have been wronged by these companies and lost their homes. And she insisted that it be renegotiated to provide more relief and more benefit for the people, not only of California, but for the rest of the country. And it was renegotiated, and it became a much more robust settlement. That's her. She is very results-oriented, and it's always about people, especially people who need the voice of someone to speak up for them when they've been disadvantaged or having a hard time.
Mayor, thank you for sharing that. What do you think her efforts will be on a foreign policy?
I think she is going to be very smart. I think she's going to continue a lot of the Biden administration policies, but maybe with her own voice. I think that she is going to demand of other countries that they act in ways that are consistent with American values. I think she will be strategic. She will be tough. I think she'll stand up very strong for the United States of America.
I'm going to get ready to toss it back to the studio, but real quickly, last night, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, said that she will be strong in terms of standing up against anti-Semitism.
Well, I'm a Jewish American mayor, a proud Jewish American mayor, and that message was so reassuring and so strong because anti-Semitism is rising in the country and in the world. And to hear it from Doug Emhoff, but to also know that represents the position and the values of the next president of the United States should be comforting to Jewish Americans throughout the entire country.
Mayor Darrell Steinberg of Sacramento, the capital of California. We are going to toss it back to you, Steve and Tiffany. That's a little bit of the excitement that you can see here from Mayor Steinberg, echoing that sentiment that many people have here, that they believe in Kamala Harris and they also believe in Tim Walz. And certainly the excitement is that they will see Tim Walz speak tonight.
Right, with some insights from the Sacramento mayor there. Thank you, Kelly. And we are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with much, much more of tonight's day 3 of the Democratic National Convention.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium MyPillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
Do you ever wake up and realize your life has no purpose?
Do I have a death wish? Morgan asked. Maybe I did. I thought this would be our final run ever. We had made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
Peter Lowe, the one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
The next day, something strange happened. Someone came up to me and gave me this flyer about Jesus.
You can be in heaven, or you can be in hell. The choice is yours.
We'll walk straight out of here. Pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison. Nobody escapes my prison.
He's a changed person. He's a new man.
I found Christ in here, and he forgave me.
I found Christ too.
My name is Peter Lowe, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Jesus is for free, and salvation is a gift. Do you believe in Jesus?
And welcome back to NTD's special coverage of the DNC Day 3. I'm joined by my co-host Tiffany Meier, Theron Bond, as well as Javier Palomares. I want to play a soundbite for you guys. Earlier today, there's a bit of counter-programming coming out of the Trump campaign. Former President Trump and his VP selection, J.D. Vance, were in North Carolina. Let's play a little bit of sound and see what they were talking about.
We're here to talk about national security today, and saving the American dream, let's be honest, it starts with peace. Peace in our neighborhoods, peace in our cities, and peace at the southern border. Now, our brave Border Patrol officers, they plead, they beg for her support. I was down there at the southern border and I saw it. Giant sections of President Trump's border wall sit right there, rusting, waiting to be installed. Kamala Harris says she's proud of what she did. It was treason, and is it any wonder that Putin then invaded Ukraine on her watch? Or that Iran attacked Israel on her watch? Or that this very moment China is ramping up its aggression against Taiwan on her watch, when Kamala Harris walks in the room America's enemies sense weakness? They lied about unleashing COVID-19. They cheat and they ignore trade rules, and they steal America's intellectual property. Now, Kamala Harris lets China get away with all of it, and China Tim helps her. Donald Trump isn't going to let China steal a damn thing. He's not going to let them steal our factories, not going to let them steal our jobs, not going to let them steal the American dream from American workers. Donald Trump will not allow America to be dependent on Chinese medicine for our children. Now, Tim Walz needs to not only explain why he abandoned his guard unit, he also needs to explain his bizarre love affair with China. Have you seen this? This guy's been to China more than the U.S. ambassador to China. He got married in China. He visited China over 30 times. He honeymooned in China. He taught a course approved by the Communist Party in China. He even brought American high school students with him on visits to China. Now, I know, and we all know, that Kamala Harris wanted to outsource our factories and jobs to China, but I didn't expect her to outsource the selection of her running mate to China, too.
The new data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the administration padded the numbers with an extra, listen to this one, 818,000 jobs that don't exist. So they said they existed, and they never did exist. They built them up so that they could say what a wonderful job they're doing.
Well, Theron, certainly a lot to digest in that soundbite, but I think one of the resounding points, if you will, was foreign policy. You've been talking a lot with us yesterday during our panel sessions as well about wanting to see kind of some of the meat and some of the substance. Foreign policy, they're hitting the Trump campaign, hitting Walz and Harris pretty hard on it. What do you think, and when do you think we're going to hear about their foreign policy plans?
It's amazing to me that there's so much focus on Vice President Harris's stance regarding the border and immigration and foreign policy. And I don't quite remember them giving this same pressure and energy towards Vice President Mike Pence when it was a Trump-Pence administration. I don't. They're being very hard on her, and it couldn't possibly be just because she's running for president, because they keep bringing up that as vice president, this is what she has or has not done. But if they didn't treat Mike Pence like this, then why are they treating her like this? However, we need to see Vice President Harris's policy. We need it in writing. We need it in detail. Not only do we need the policy, we need the plan of action, how she's going to walk out that policy, a timeline of events. And that's something that if we don't see it at the end of the week, then she runs the risk of losing some voters. It's not necessarily losing those voters to former President Trump, but they could just sit this one out or simply go to the ballot box and skip the presidential race.
And Javier, I think a lot of China experts sort of gauge whether or not somebody's true understanding of China is whether how they label them. Are they an adversary or a competitor, or an enemy or a competitor? How do you anticipate, and how would you like to see, as a Democrat yourself, the Democratic Party, the head of the ticket, label China?
Clearly they are a competitor, at the very least. Enemy, I think, remains to be seen, but certainly we need to be on guard. I look at this thing from an economic perspective. China right now is filing more patents than France, than Brazil, than America, and than India combined. So think about that. We used to be the global powerhouse when it came to technology and innovation. We were the global leaders. But China has usurped us and now has got a lead way past us. And so for me, from an economic perspective, we really need to watch what happens next with China. I think we need to be on the defensive when it comes to our technology, certainly to our vote, and certainly how we build our economy. This notion that we are nearshoring things, taking them away from China and bringing them to places like Mexico. The reality of it is the companies that are being used in Mexico either are outright owned by China or have heavy Chinese investment. So we really haven't gotten away from them. I think we need to be very clear-minded about what is the strategy around China specifically. And then, in an international basis, what is Vice President Harris going to bring? I agree with Theron. I think it will be a missed opportunity if in the next couple of days they don't articulate very clearly what the policies are going to be, and certainly what the policy surrounding China is going to be.
Speaking of that, when it comes to policy and taking a stance, we are seeing right here, this is a live feed from outside the United Center there in Chicago. This is a pro-Palestine protest happening. Right now it looks quite peaceful. They're just giving speeches. There's a lot of people in the crowd over there. When it comes to, say, Kamala Harris's stance on the Israel-Hamas war, we haven't seen that much from her. We've seen her maybe framing the whole conflict as a humanitarian conflict. But when it comes to policy, we haven't seen her shifting too much from President Biden's stance on it yet. Of course, we're still waiting for the speech on Thursday. Perhaps Governor Tim Walz will speak on that tonight. But when it comes to that policy, the Israel-Hamas conflict, Javier, what would you like to hear from the Harris-Walz campaign?
You know, I think the fact of the matter is there are still 116 hostages that must be returned to their families. I believe 6 or 8 of them are American citizens. That's got to be resolved. I'm looking for a campaign and the potential leader of this nation to have a full-throated opinion and a strategy for how we're going to weigh in and solve this thing. At the same time, you know, I believe that Israel has been a partner to the United States for time immemorial. We need to honor that relationship. We need to give them the space to resolve the issue as they see fit. I think we should be in a position to offer guidance, maybe offer support. But at the end of the day, I think the leader of this nation has to have the will, the political will, the courage to speak clearly about what our next steps are relative to Israel. I think the American people deserve it, and certainly those 116 hostages certainly deserve that.
And Theron, when it comes to that, we did hear from the second gentleman last night, Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, speaking about, you know, her standing up for the Jewish rights, anti-Semitism, against anti-Semitism. Can't say that word today. But how do you view her navigating that? You know, how might this pro-Palestine crowd read into those comments last night? And will that make it harder for her to pick a policy?
I think she's in between a rock and a hard place. Her husband is Jewish. She's admitted that she goes to him for guidance often. So I can imagine that this has been a topic of conversation at dinner for several days, if not weeks and months on end. What that needs to translate to is some form of middle ground between this is my house and then this is the people's house, the White House that I'm trying to enter, and what is going to be best for the American people. The United States has a lot of foreign relationships, some that need our help more than others, but we also have it real bad for always sticking our nose in things that aren't always our business. And then we have to deal with the after effects of that. I think what she has to figure out how to do is acknowledge the needs of Israel and also acknowledge the needs of the pro-Palestinian people. But the most important thing is to bring the hostages home. We've seen a number of Americans over the course of the last several years that have gotten wrapped up in some type of issue overseas, and then it's taken some time to bring them back, whether it's an athlete, whether it's just an everyday American, whether it's a journalist. So what's the process for bringing somebody home under extreme conditions? I think if she's able to formulate a policy around that, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's Russia, whether it's anywhere else, that would get the American people's attention and likely get her a lot of votes.
I think it's a gift, frankly, that her husband is Jewish. I mean, at the end of the day, the American president is nothing more than a human being. So what a gift to have somebody who is of the faith maybe advise and inform her strategy for how she deals with this. At the end of the day, I agree with Theron. You know, when we were bombing in World War II, the whole world called on us to stop, and we didn't. We just kept on bombing and bombing and bombing. When we were in Afghanistan, the whole world asked us, enough with the aggression, you've made your point. And we kept going and going and going. So I think it's a little bit kind of weird for us now to be kind of taking the moral high ground and then preaching to Israel, you need to stop. When frankly, when we were in that position, we did not stop, despite the fact that the whole world was asking us to stop.
An important discussion here, and we are waiting for the convention to kick off. This is night 3, so we're going to bring it to, there we have the protests or pro-Palestine group outside the convention right now. The official event is set to start in less than an hour, so we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
My baby's back from the West Coast.
Here are those pictures that you asked for your school project?
First day of school, cute as a button.
So long ago.
Oh, here's Grandma Florence after that flood wiped out the whole neighborhood. Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy.
Those beans smell heavenly.
Give Mom a little credit.
You know what? We should make an emergency communication plan. That way we're ready this year.
Great idea.
At my dorm, we have emergency kits for earthquakes and wildfires, but I'm sure there's something more local I can send you with the link.
Okay.
Smart.
I'm coming to share with you guys.
Protect your legacy. Plan for natural disasters today. Visit ready.gov/plan.
Come to Mathis Home for the Monumental Savings Event and get big values on the latest dining sets. Here's a hot buy. This table and 4 side chairs is only $442. Shop and compare. Nobody beats Mathis Home. Or this 72-inch table is a great value at just $670 with a genuine white marble top. Check out this mid-century modern set. You get the table and 4 chairs all for just $698. Shop now and save during the Monumental Savings Event at Mathis Home.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And there's chaos all around and threat from below. The walls surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
And welcome back to day 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Let's bring it back in studio to our guests, founder and CEO of the U.S. Hispanic Business Council, Javier Palomares, and Democratic strategist Theron Bond. Thank you both so much for being here. Now, last night we heard from the Obamas, both former First Lady Michelle Obama and, of course, former President Barack Obama. Let's play some sound and refresh our memories and then get both of your reactions to that.
Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. Hope is making a comeback. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one.
We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. If we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
So again, here the crowd is very excited and cheering on former First Lady and, of course, former President Barack Obama, who we were talking last night is a master orator. But Javier, what did you make of those two speeches, or at least the clips that we heard just now?
You know, I was at the convention and the room was electric. I literally got goosebumps when President Obama was up there. You know, you hearken back to a time in America when I think truly we were so much more united than we are now. Obviously, he had his detractors at the time, but you hear his oration, you hear his passion and the crowd's reaction to it. And when you're in it, it's like a rock concert. It's unbelievable. You know, and I think in my mind, at least, I think Vice President Harris is the heir to the Obama legacy. This is the proverbial handing of the baton to the next coming. And you know, I think the crowd understood that without it actually having to be said. It was electric. You know, it was something I'll never forget, being in that room. And certainly both Obamas, but President Obama was electrifying.
I'm just curious, you were there both nights. So through the TV screen, it felt as though Hillary had quite the reception too.
She did.
Tell us about the difference. You know, Hillary, you had President Biden. What was the difference in the reception between the folks?
You know, I felt like there was, frankly and honestly, they were trying to put some distance between President Biden and Vice President Harris. I think that it was no mistake that he came at the very beginning of the program. I felt badly for President Biden. You know, this is a man who gave his life to service, over 50 years of service, you know, to the Senate, to the vice presidency, to the presidency, and the way he exited, I don't think was the way he wanted to exit. But true to form, he did the right thing. He did what he thought was best for the American people. But I was saddened at just how quickly, you know, he was yesterday's news, and we jumped into the excitement of Kamala. I don't think it could have been avoided, but it saddens me as somebody who knows Joe Biden, who, you know, adores Joe Biden, who voted for him. You know, he has been a great friend to the Hispanic community and to the small business community. So I was saddened by it, but true to form, he did the right thing by the American people and by the Democratic Party, in my opinion.
Darren, when it comes to the speeches by the Obamas, we were just talking that Michelle Obama is a powerhouse in her own right. She had a pretty fiery speech, if you will, last night. Her husband, Barack Obama, former president, was speaking about even if we don't agree with each other, we can learn to live with each other. What did you make of that element, if you will, a more uniting message than maybe some that we've been hearing?
You know, I think people were excited to see the Obamas. You know, Barack probably should have gone first. He's a great orator, but gosh, Michelle really brought it home. You know, if Michelle had been running, then this would be a whole different playing field, and it would be see you later, former President Donald Trump. But I think also what she hit on was that, you know, she used to say, when they go low, we go high. Mm-hmm. But I think last night she had a little spice to it. It was very much when they go low, you better watch me work, hold my pearls, hold my chucks, because now we're in a different era. This is a different matchup. And yes, there are things that are going to be problematic. No, everybody's not going to be happy. but what are our options? This is our option. Let's try to make the best of it. And let's work to maintain accountability along the way. And I think that's the message that she sent to the American people. And, if former President Barack Obama can, say, hey, I see the path that was charted before me and what it took for me to get there. It's going to take that and then some for Vice President Harris to get there. But if we work together and give it the same hope and the same energy, then we can certainly get there.
In the DNC, day 3 is just about to get underway officially in moments. We're going to bring you all of those big speeches throughout the night. Right now, we're going to check in with NTD's Louise Martinez, who is on the convention floor right now. Louise, what can you tell us?
Of course, Steve. Yeah, I'm at the place to be right now, the DNC Arena. We're in the Minnesota area with 2 delegates right here. We have Bernie Burnham and also Dan Wolgamut, who happens to be a state representative from Minnesota who interned for Tim Walz. So you're both excited to hear from the vice presidential candidate for the Democratic Party tonight.
We sure are. We can't wait. We are so proud of Governor Walz, and we just know that he's going to be a great addition to this. Well, he's not an addition. He's going to be great for the campaign, and he's going to be a good supporter of Vice President Harris, and he's going to bring all the good things from Minnesota to the nation.
Dan, you entered for the now vice presidential candidate of the Democratic Party. What does it feel to now see him at this stage?
I could not possibly be more proud or excited for my mentor, former Congressman, our Governor, Tim Walz. His passion for public service is real. The joy that he brings, the enthusiasm that he brings, it's real, it's infectious, and I'm just so excited that we get to share the gift that we've had here in Minnesota. We get to share the gift of Tim Walz with the rest of the whole nation tonight.
Now, tonight we're not only going to hear from Tim Walz and other important politicians, but we're also going to have a star-studded lineup. We have John Legend, Pink, Oprah Winfrey presenting, and Stevie Wonder singing. Are you excited for this happening today?
We cannot be more excited about Governor Walz, the star-studded crew that's here. Again, it just shows the enthusiasm and the joy that Governor Walz has brought to the ticket, partnering him with Vice President Harris. Politics is fun again. We can enjoy this. Having a passion for public service and lifting people up, it doesn't have to be drudgery. It can be fun. It can be exciting. That's the spirit that Tim Walz has brought to this ticket, and that's the spirit of the convention here on the floor tonight.
And Bernie, day 3 of the convention. Is this your first convention?
This is my absolute first convention. It's on the checklist. I am so proud to be here, and like Dan, our governor is amazing, and this cast that's coming, the star-studded performers, wow.
Great. Well, Steve, Tiffany, as you can see, a lot of excitement here from Minnesota.
School! School! School!
There we go. They're very excited to hear from Tim Walz later, and we'll bring you all the details when that happens.
Louise Martinez right there at the DNC on the floor with some Minnesota delegates. Thank you, Louise. We'll be back with more of our special coverage of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
When I drink it, the first thing was I feel the warmth in my tummy. It's kind of like gently radiating out, a kind of a very comforting warmth. And it was really good, actually. I felt much better. I did feel, actually, an effect. And I find that it is actually better when I take it regularly.
It's actually steamed and dried 9 times. And so it's really, the essence is really extracted.
Then the second time, I tried it really like on an empty stomach and just 2 teaspoons of it, and over a few times. And wow, that was a big difference, because suddenly I could feel, wow, I was very good energized. I didn't have to eat. I could work outside in the garden for a couple of hours, and I still felt very well. And I was impressed by that. So I think it's a good product.
Do you ever wake up and realize your life has no purpose?
Do I have a death wish? Morgan asked. Maybe I did. I thought this would be our final run ever. We had made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
Peter Lowe, the one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
The next day, something strange happened. someone came up to me and gave me this flyer about Jesus.
You can be in heaven, or you can be in hell. The choice is yours.
We'll walk straight out of here. Pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison. Nobody escapes my prison.
He's a changed person. He's a new man.
I found Christ in here, and he forgave me.
I found Christ too.
My name is Peter Lowe, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Jesus is for free, and salvation is a gift. Do you believe in Jesus?
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
What's happened to this world we're living in? Why?
For the 4 years he has been on this earth, he has known nothing but war.
Wherever I go, the things I see, I just want to turn away. The dreams I have, the stories I could tell, will they still be possible? This year, more than ever, I need a brand new world, a clean world. Where I can improve myself and be inspired. My stage can be anywhere and everywhere. But it begins here.
Ganjing World, a brighter way of life.
And welcome back to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. We're continuing our coverage of the Democratic National Convention, which will be starting soon at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We've got live coverage every night until presidential candidate Kamala Harris closes it up Thursday with her nomination acceptance speech.
And we'll be hearing from a lot of big speakers tonight, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, of course, United States Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, and former President of the United States Bill Clinton, as well as the headline speaker, Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz.
And coming back to our guests now, former Obama campaign advisor Javier Palomares and Democratic strategist Theron Bond. Now, earlier we just heard from some delegates from Minnesota there. Luis Martinez, our reporter, was interviewing them. There's a lot of excitement on the floor. We have quite a lineup with a lot of, celebrities involved tonight. What do you make of the addition of Walz to the Harris ticket?
Well, I think Tim Walz brings a sense of reality. He's a common man. This is a guy that, from a small business perspective, I look at him and I say, this is a guy that championed the agricultural sector, kind of the bedrock of the American economy. He had a record of bipartisanship. He worked across the aisle whenever he could, and in fact, went out of his way to bring people to his way of thinking. He invested $70 million in relief funds for small businesses in his state when it was needed the most. He did a $2 billion construction investment in the state. He did a $2.5 billion investment in infrastructure throughout the state. So this is a guy that, from a small business perspective, he brings a lot to the party, not the least of which is a sense of understanding what the average American family is struggling through right now. I think that, to my way of thinking, is quite an asset, and one that I hope that he will really highlight today in his speech.
And Theron, you were speaking earlier about how perhaps people are more excited for him than, Vice President Kamala Harris on this ticket. When it comes to, you're talking about working across the aisle, we are still waiting to hear about VP Harris's policies, but which areas or policies do you see the Harris-Walz ticket being able to work across the aisle on?
It's not really easy to pick one, but I was thinking as we were watching all of this, they actually have the perfect trifecta, and here's why. Governor Tim Walz, before he was governor, he was in Congress. Vice President Kamala Harris, before she was vice president, she was in the Senate. So they have the congressional experience, the senatorial experience, and then she's been in the White House as vice president. So that makes the perfect combination for a White House administration. And I think if they really start to sell that to the American people, they've really got something. And that's a messaging thing. That's something I'm really good at that they have failed to really convey to folks. So that may be something that can smooth things over until those policy platform points really get ironed out. But if Governor Walz gives a little his progressiveness over to Vice President Kamala Harris, we've really, really got something. He's done some amazing things in Minnesota. And he's just a plain old fun, good person to have around. He takes care of business, but he has fun too. And that's what the American people need to see.
We're going to check back in at the DNC over in Chicago at the United Center, where NTD's Kelly Wright is standing by. Kelly, what do you have for us?
A lot. There's a lot going on here as people prepare for tonight's theme, Fight for Freedoms. And earlier today, I spoke about the fight for freedoms as well as for hope with Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania and also DNC Chair Jamie Harrison.
And Kelly,
so, Steve, we should have been talking to those particular statements from Shapiro as well as Harrison. Both of them are talking about their hope for America and the fight for freedom. They believe that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will lead that fight for freedom and be a champion of hope, not only for the Democrats, but as they've stated here all along, for Republicans and independents. I understand we have that now. Let's listen from Governor Shapiro and DNC Chairman Jamie Harrison. Governor, I know you got to go. Real quickly, what's your hope for America?
My hope for America is that we protect our fundamental freedoms and that we recognize that e pluribus unum, out of many one, is not just something from our past, but our direction for our future. And with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz leading the way, I know we're going to know that at the ballot box in November.
Governor,
thank you.
I sort of get chills when I think about Kamala Harris and her being president and how that can impact this nation. You know, as a black man, I know how hard it is to strive and to reach that pinnacle of success and to thrive in this country. It is even more difficult for black women because not only do they have their blackness, they also have the fact that some folks don't believe women should do certain things. I told my story. I'm the son of a single mom. My mom was 16 when she had me. I was raised by my grandparents. My grandma had an 8th grade education. She picked cotton and cleaned houses. My grandfather paved roads, 4th grade education. Never in my wildest dreams, I don't even think in their wildest dreams, they ever thought that their grandson, their son, would be the head of the most powerful political power on the face of this planet. But that only happens right here in this country. Joe Biden says this all the time. What makes America so unique and so special is it is the land of possibilities.
The land of possibilities. That is the statement from DNC Chairman Jamie Harrison. Of course, you heard Governor Shapiro, who was, by the way, one of the people that Kamala Harris, the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party, could have chosen to be her running mate. Instead, she chose Tim Walz from the rural area of Minnesota to actually talk about the fact that he's a man of the people, for the people, by the people, because of having that rural upbringing in Minnesota, also a 24-year military veteran. I'm talking about Tim Walz because tonight he will be addressing the DNC convention of 2024, and many people are looking forward to hearing what he will say to them beyond his usual statement when he talks about Donald Trump and J.D. Vance as being weird. He will lay it all out on the line in terms of what Tim Walz actually believes about government, and the American people, not just the DNC, but the American people will have a chance to take an introspective look at what Tim Walz is all about. Back to you, Steve.
And you're right, live at the United Center where the DNC is underway, hearing from a lot of influential Democrats there. Thank you, Kelly. And we're going to toss it over to NTD's Dave Martin for an update on some data.
Thank you, Steve. You know, we have quite a list of headline speakers coming up tonight, including former President Bill Clinton. But let's take a quick look at a few more of these headline speakers here, starting with Senator Cory Booker. He's been a senator since 2013, former mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Well, after him will be Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She has been with the House Representative since 2005, formerly was a member of the Florida State Senate. After her, we should have Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. She's been there for 5 years. Previous to that, she was a former civil rights attorney and former criminal prosecutor. So that's just a very quick look at a few more of the headline speakers in line to talk tonight. We'll have more as the night continues, but right now, let's go back to you guys at the desk.
Dave, thank you so much for that update. Bringing it back in studio to our panel here. Theron, I want to get your thoughts. One of the speakers is going to be House of Representatives Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. A lot of folks see him as the future leader of the Democratic Party. If the Democrats take hold of the House, he will be the Speaker of the House. How do you think his speech tonight might shape perceptions of the future of the party's, the party's future, essentially?
You know, he's a really good speaker. He probably has some really good speech writers. He's kind of I guess maybe a middle of the road kind of merger of what represents some younger voters, but also very establishment. I think to some respect, he does represent the future of the party, but that's what the establishment would say. And as we know, Democrats are bringing in more younger voters. Like, some people will, transition and leave and retire, and there will be young people that move the party and America forward. I think it was a long road to try to get him as speaker before. Is it possible? Yes, but it's not guaranteed. But I do agree that, if the Democrats win the presidency, we do need the House and we really need the Senate too. It's still going to be a hard road to pave if we don't have all three of those things collectively together, because we've seen how that's done for us these last several years.
And Javier, to Theron's point, we have seen kind of an evolutionary process. We saw the passing of the torch, if you will, Biden to Harris. We saw it Pelosi to Hakeem Jeffries. How do you think the Democrats are doing in terms of reaching out to that kind of next generation of the up-and-comers?
I think Hakeem Jeffries is exactly what we need. You know, I've spent time with Hakeem kind of off the record, and I've heard him address crowds. And the reality of it is he is an amazing speaker, even off the cuff. But he brings a sense of almost like a humility when he talks. He reminds me of the kind of guy that takes the job seriously, but doesn't take himself too seriously. And he brings that to the job. I think he is exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of being able to reach across the aisle, bring others from the other side of the aisle, the Republican Party, to kind of see things his way. I think he is a great bridge between younger America and the more establishment America. I think he's perfect. I think he's going to do a fantastic job. No doubt that he's going to have, you know, a challenge on his hand. There's no doubt about that. But we need humble servants that won't take themselves, their pride, their ego too seriously, and will work hard at bringing people together in the House. And that's exactly what Hakeem Jeffries brings to the job, in my opinion.
And Theron, circling back to tonight's theme is a fight for our freedoms. Now, what freedoms do you see being highlighted in the speeches tonight, especially Governor Walz's?
Certainly the freedom for women to make choices about what they do with their own bodies, civil rights, voting rights. These are all things that have been on the chopping block for so long, and year after year we hear we've got to fight for these things and fight for these things, but we need some more concrete plans in place. And so hopefully Governor Tim Walz will speak to how he was able to pass such great policies in Minnesota and how that will translate to the American people and how he can implement that into a Harris-Walz administration. I think that's honestly where he saves Vice President Harris a lot. He's been able to get it done. He was once a moderate. Now he's a bit more progressive. He's been in the Congress. He's now a governor. So he's got a lot of experience and a lot of things to show for what he's done and how he's able to bring people together and actually get things passed successfully.
And Javier, how do you view this playing out in tonight's speeches and how it will be viewed not just by the people at the DNC, but maybe, you know, America more broadly?
Well, I think America is really watching with bated breath to see what Tim brings to the party. Really, all the other entities are somewhat known, so they're not you know, mysteries to us. They're just kind of amping up their game, if you will. But he is a brand new you know, a member of the team, if you will. So I think America, both Republican and Democrat, is watching to see what Tim Walz brings to the party tonight. I'm hopeful that, you know, he will stick to his record of service to the nation. What he's done in terms of bipartisanship across his time in his current role. I think that he should speak definitely to what he's done to help the economic and commercial interests and challenges of his state and how he can bring that, you know, to the higher platform as a vice president. I think he's got a good story, and I hope he focuses on that and less on the attacks, less on the comments about being weird. I got it. Everybody got it. It was funny. We now need to hear, what are the policies? What are you going to bring to the table, Tim? And, you know, I'm hopeful and I'm excited for him. I'm hopeful that he brings something really, really strong to the party.
He takes credit for branding the weird.
He does.
And as we wait for Governor Walz to speak and a bunch of other big name speakers tonight, we are going to take another quick break as the convention is about to begin shortly. So we'll be back with a lot more in just a few minutes.
If you're buzzed and doing this, to make yourself feel okay to drive,
ZWX.
You're not okay to drive.
YGKLVW. Regular you.
Lord Heavenly Father, I pray to you today to guide us tomorrow. Give us strength as we face death. Help us not to be afraid.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
The life of a kid like me can be changed.
so what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
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 Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me.
And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
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 Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
And welcome back to NTD's special coverage of the 2024 Democratic National Convention with a live look on your screen at the stage. It's set to kick off in just about 15 minutes or so at 6:30 p.m. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it and bring you all of those big speeches tonight. One of which, I'll bring it back in studio here, is going to be former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. I think it's going to be interesting to see how she presents herself tonight. There's been a lot of talk of a rift between her and President Biden. The fact that she is kind of taking credit, or maybe not credit, but for being the one that really pushed him out to step out of the race. Do you think we'll see more of a shout out to him or a look to the future? What are you expecting to hear from former Speaker of the House?
Well, first and foremost, the rift is real. Nancy Pelosi stepped in when it was necessary. In true Pelosi form, she made the tough call and will live with the consequences. I do expect her to tip her hat to her friend and ally and the president, Biden. If you look at Nancy Pelosi, it's just the longest serving leader in the history of our nation. She was the first woman speaker. She is an historic individual, like her or not, and there are some that don't. The fact of the matter is this woman has led from the front, from the very beginning, and she's been doing it for quite some time. So due respect to Nancy Pelosi, due respect for the calls that she's had to make throughout her career, some very unpopular, not certainly the last one she made was not that popular among some, but the call had to be made, and she stepped up and did what she needed to do. I do expect her to talk a bit about the fight. I expect her to take the fight right to Trump. I don't expect her to back up one bit. In fact, if anybody's going to be a lightning rod, it's going to be her. And I'm delighted to see a woman that's been around that long that still has the fight in her and still refuses to give an inch when it comes to her principles and her party.
In theory, I've heard some Democrats refer to the former Speaker of the House as kind of the backbone of the Democratic Party, or the matriarch, if you will. What are you anticipating that she's going to say tonight in her speech?
I think she's gonna, give all the kudos and things to President Biden, you know, they've known each other for a very long time. They're still good friends. They just got a little beef right now. But, you know, they'll both get over it. You know, she knows a lot about transitioning from high-level leadership for a very long time. She had a long tenure as Speaker, and then she let go of that. You know, President Joe Biden has a long record of service, 50-plus years. And now this is going to be the end of that. So I think she's going to speak to what a long record of service and legacy looks like. And I think she's going to also give it to former President Donald Trump. She can do it in a way that really hits home, but then also says, you know what, we still have work to do. We can do this, we can unify, but here are all the things that are wrong with him, and here are all the things that Democrats do. People may not agree with it or like it, but that's what she's going to do, and there will be people who strongly resonate with her message.
And Javier, speaking of her long record, yesterday after the roll call, of course, California and Minnesota got to do their special speeches, being the states where Tim Walz and Harris hail from. And California Governor Gavin Newsom said, Gavin Newsom, governor of the great state of Nancy Pelosi, and she was right next to him. And so it seems like there's a lot of highlighting of who maybe paved the way in this party. And there's that highlight because we saw all these former presidents lined up to speak, but we're also seeing this passing of the guard, or of the torch, if you will, to the next generation. How do you see that blending together, if you will, the old and the new, and where the Democratic Party is heading?
You know, I'm delighted, at just the level of enthusiasm and excitement. You know, I was with you guys here when we were doing the RNC, and it was palpable then. And I thought, man, that's going to be hard to top that. This has blown it away. I mean, when you're in that convention and at the arena, it is electric. And so I think that excitement is really being brought by the individuals, right? The Nancys, the Tims, and ultimately Vice President Harris. They're the ones that are getting everybody fired up, everybody into this. I love the way that you see the passing of the torch, if you will. I think it's being done in a fun way, but it's a real way. There's a clear definition and delineation between what comes next. There's no daylight between one and the other, and you see the young faces and the new faces coming into the party, and I'm excited for that. You know, the idea that we might have a woman lead this nation is, I mean, think about it. The United Kingdom, India, Germany, South Korea, Peru, even Mexico, they've all had women at the helm. It's high time that America at least gave serious consideration to a woman to be at the helm of our nation.
And with that said, as the DNC is just about to kick off, moments away, we're going to take another look into our crew. NTD's Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez are standing by right there on the floor at the DNC. What can you tell us, guys?
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, well, it's getting more and more crowded. If you can see behind me, just pan the camera over here. Look at how much more crowded it is behind me here. And we see a lot of hats flaring up, a lot of excitement to represent people's home states. Very, very interesting night here. We spoke to several delegates as well, right?
Yeah, Steve, Tiffany, I spoke with Hassan Safori, delegate from Minnesota. He had a lot of interesting things to say. Minnesota is a delegation with the most uncommitted delegates, 10 of them. Yes, exactly. Very interesting. And I asked him how he was feeling here, if he felt antagonized or he felt comfortable. He said that he was here to represent 47,000 people from Minnesota who wanted to vote uncommitted. I asked him if he was going to vote for Harris Walz come November 5th, and he said that his vote is not important right now, that his role to be here is to bring that non-committed, that pro-Palestinian message to the convention. Another interesting thing, Jack, that Hassan Safori, delegate from Minnesota, told me was that they have a ceasefire delegate list, and apparently more than 200 delegates have signed up to it. You also spoke to some delegates from other delegations. What did they have to say, Jack?
Absolutely, yeah. Also very interesting. I spoke to delegates from Delaware, one from also from over here and behind me. Well, we spoke to many others. So one of the delegates was from, like I said, Delaware. She's actually the state auditor of Delaware, an elected position. Her name's Jennifer Vidrine, and she's been the former 12 years. I'm sorry, this is a different delegate here. So this is Jennifer Vidrine. She's actually the first black woman of her city to be mayor She's been 12 years mayor. She's now a former mayor. She said tonight it's electric. That's why she's really supporting Harris, because she really wants to see a black woman to be president here. And she says she's feeling she was here back when Obama was here at the DNC. She says it's even more exciting, more electric than back then. The other delegate I mentioned earlier, she was the Delaware state auditor, and she's telling me that she's really falling in line with Biden. So when Biden first pointed to Kamala Harris to pass the torch, it was very shocking for her. She was very shocked to hear that, but later on she said, full trust in Biden. Let's go on and support Kamala and Walz on this ticket. Guys, back to you. We'll bring you more from the floor in a bit.
NTD's Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez on the floor at the DNC. Thank you, guys. Right now, we're going to check in with NTD's data analyst, Dave Martin.
Thank you, Steve. Now, as we wait for the DNC to start, I wanted to take a look at some more polls, specifically the favorability of each candidate. Simply put, do voters have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? This is over the past 1 year approximately, according to a YouGov poll. Candidate favorability. Now this 39%, this is actually Kamala Harris right here. This actually represents her low point. This is back on September of last year. She's pretty much been between 39 and 44% for most of the last 3 years. Trump, meanwhile, right here at 40%, not very high for him too. Despite being out of office, he does seem to have his handprint all over the Republican Party. Now, we fast forward 9 months to June 24th, just a couple days before the Trump-Biden debate. Harris still kind of middling around here, up to 41%, kind of out of the limelight. Trump, meanwhile, at 43%, despite having some legal problems during that time. Now, in the past 6 weeks since then, quite a change here. Trump, after the failed assassination attempt, up to 44%. But look at Kamala Harris here. This is August 12th. She goes 8-point bump up to 49%. That is her highest favorability number since March of 2021. This is her second month on the job. She kind of had a similar honeymoon when she started as vice president as where she's at right now. So it's going to be interesting to see where that favorability goes as she rolls out more of her plans, especially regarding the economy. But for right now, let's go back to the desk.
Fascinating stuff. NTD's Dave Martin over there. Thank you so much, Dave. We'll be checking back in with Dave throughout the night. In the meantime, that's a live look at the stage at day 3 of the Democratic National Convention, just moments away from starting up the evening. We'll be back after this short break.
Does shopping for bladder control products have you feeling like you need someone to be on the lookout for you? Now you have your privacy back. We're HDIS, and we home deliver bladder control products directly to you. We're always on the lookout for you. You get free shipping in plain, unmarked boxes. So your private matters, stay private. We understand how you feel. For over 35 years, we've delivered bladder control products to millions of Americans, just like you. You don't have to worry about incontinence any longer. Call now for your free product sample pack and over $45 in money-saving coupons. At HDIS, we're always in stock. We carry all brands in hundreds of styles and sizes. You'll be sure to get what you need, guaranteed.
For your free sample pack with your free catalog and $45 in money-saving coupons and free product samples, call 800-701-6159. That's 800-701-6159.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value for just 4 easy payments of $43. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. All for just 3 easy payments of $43. Call or click right now.
something that has true beauty. I imagine it's like a door. The artist holds the key to open the door and bring people to a purer world. A world where people are more compassionate.
And welcome back to NTD's special coverage of The Nation Decides 2024, the Democratic National Convention. Day 3 is kicking off as we speak. We're going to take a live look inside the DNC. Watch.
All right, the third session of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order. Let's party with a purpose.
Please welcome Priest Sri Rakesh Bhatt and Bishop Leah Daughtry.
All right, so day 3 of the Democratic National Convention kicking off just now, moments ago. We're going to bring it back in studio here. We have Javier Palomares and Theron Bond with us. Now, a lot of excitement we've been hearing, from delegates on the floor, other big names. Kelly Wright, our host of America's Hope, was speaking with Josh Shapiro. He's on the short list as VP. Of course, now we're going to hear from Tim Walz later tonight. But given all that excitement, Javier, what do you see the Harris-Walz campaign needing to do to keep that momentum going after the DNC?
It's going to be tough to keep that momentum going, particularly since you're rounding the bend now. You're the straightaway, and the finish line is straight ahead. So they're going to have to get around the business of clear policy. I think the euphoria of the party will be over in short order, and they need to get super focused on how do we deliver, how do we get a strong finish, if you will. To a former President Obama's point last night, this is far from over. The polls, while she has certainly gained momentum and even surpassed him, particularly in some of the swing states, there's simply not enough room there to get comfortable. So I think they're going to have to continue to crop the horse to get it all the way across the finish line. And I hope that they can carry this momentum forward and keep people enthused and engaged.
We heard from former President Barack Obama last night, highlighting that aspect and also former First Lady Michelle Obama, both mentioning that there will be mistakes in this campaign going forward, but that the base shouldn't be, discouraged by that, and they have to go out and vote no matter what happens. When it comes to navigating policy, since we haven't heard much yet, right? Once we do hear that, we are expecting certain groups to not like it, not vote for that. How do you see the Democratic Party working in that regards to keep up the momentum, given how close the polls have been, with Harris now leading a little bit? Those are still within the margins of errors. It does seem November's coming down to voter turnout, right? How do you see the Democratic Party maintaining this enthusiasm, even when some of those policies maybe don't appeal to people?
It's been very odd this year because normally I would say leading up to this election cycle for president, maybe about a year or two out, we hear a lot of voter registration drives, check your voter status, take a friend with you, all those things. That's something that we haven't heard as much. We're hearing it more now, but not at the same scale as it has been before. So I think that's something that we really need to do, make sure people are checking their voter registration status. If they've moved somewhere, updating it so that they can be a voter and they can vote where they live. Those things matter. And if you can't vote for whatever reason, whether it's because you've been formerly incarcerated or some other hiccup, vote for somebody else, vote with somebody else in mind. So I think that's one of the things that we can do. And also what I heard a lot from our Vice President Kamala Harris's friends, people who've worked with her before, have served with her before, they seem to have a lot of stories. And I really wish that she would share some of those stories herself. I think we're hearing a lot of good things from other people. And if she can convey those things herself and marry them with some good policy, I think we just might be okay, or at least enough to get over the hump. Nobody's gonna like her policies altogether. There may be bits and pieces, but if there are 10 things, and let's say maybe we can get 50% of those things, or any group or person can get about that much, that may be enough to say, you know what, I can ride with you, I can see you through to the finish line, and then after you're elected, I wanna see some things shift.
On the flip side, Javier, we are hearing rumblings that RFK Jr. might be dropping out of the race and endorsing former President Trump. How concerned are you about that when it comes to stealing that momentum and enthusiasm away from the Harris-Walz?
You know, obviously I'm a Democrat, right? But the reality of it is, in my job, I have to work with both sides. I like to look at what's possible, try to find the best from both campaigns, both parties. I think certainly, Mr. Kennedy has a decision to make, and if he makes the decision everybody seems to be aiming toward and hinting that he will, that's going to be detrimental to the Democratic Party. You talk about a loss of momentum. I just mentioned that, the points are very tight. It's really not that, it's pretty close still. They're still within a margin of error. And him ceding his votes to former President Trump could be very troublesome for the Democrats.
And Javier, right now, the Republicans are taking aim at the Democrats, saying that they're more of the party of vibes versus the party of issues. A lot of that to do with, we've yet to see some of Kamala Harris's more substantive policy issues. With that said, the Democrats do have pop culture on their side. We're seeing that tonight with John Legend, Oprah Winfrey going to be there.
The roll call.
Yeah, how big of an impact does, some of these, I guess, de facto endorsements, if you will, from some of these, pop culture icons?
Yeah, I mean, Pink will be on stage, I think, tomorrow. Absolutely, it does have an impact, certainly on the younger Americans. But there are some that even as this is happening, I'm getting texts literally as I'm sitting here that are critical of some of the things that they're seeing, that they're witnessing. By way of example, I literally just got a text from dozens of them now. Where are the Hispanics? If you think about it, there are more Hispanics in this nation than there are African Americans and Asians combined. Hispanics now represent about 21% of the population of the United States. They represented 53% of the overall growth of the population of the United States. If you removed Hispanics, our population would be flat or declining. And yet, to my count, I've seen 2 Hispanics. But I've seen dozens and dozens and dozens of African Americans and white individuals, which is fantastic. But there is a growing sense amongst the Hispanic community that here we go again, we've been taken for granted. And that is a dangerous place to be, because Donald Trump, as I mentioned the last time I was here with you guys during the RNC, he does have a ground game, and he is talking to Hispanics in their communities.
So you're sensing a lack of representation at the DNC for the Hispanic?
During the last couple of days, certainly that's what my friends and constituents are texting me, mailing me, calling me about. So I would see that as an opportunity area for the Democratic Party. We need to be present. If you want us to vote, you need to show us that we count and we're there with you.
The Democrats have been losing traction in some of the recent elections in the Hispanic community,
and this was a lost opportunity, in my opinion.
Yeah. Right now, we're gonna actually bring the feedback up. We're gonna tune into to the convention. We're gonna go in there live and bring you what's taking place right now. It's like the national anthem.
Please welcome Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison and the officers of the Democratic National Committee.
Hello, hello. So my friends, for the past 3.5 years, I'm fortunate to have worked with some amazing Democrats to strengthen and rebuild this Democratic Party. Please welcome to the stage several of our DNC officers. Vice Chair, President of the ASDC, and Chair of the Minnesota DFL, Ken Martin. Vice Chair and former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Vice Chair Henry Munoz. Treasurer Virginia McGregor. And you all know him from last night, the famous roll call star, our Secretary Jason Ray. Fellow delegates, we now ask that you approve 3 honorary resolutions conveying our appreciation for those in Chicago who have set the stage for this convention's success. Our first resolution thanks the great city of Chicago, its mayor, governor, host committee, and residents for their unwavering dedication to organizing this historic convention. Our second resolution thanks the first responders who are working to protect every citizen and visitor of the Windy City. Our third and final resolution thanks the federal delegation of Illinois, its 14 U.S. representatives, and Senators Durbin and Duckworth for their continual support of the convention. We move that the convention approve these honorary resolutions. Delegates, you have heard the motion to approve these honorary resolutions. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is passed.
All right, y'all, welcome to night 3. And tonight is about freedom. But first, I want to acknowledge a loss today. A man who always fought for freedom. Today, we lost Congressman Bill Pascrell, who passed away early this morning. Now, he's a Jersey legend. He is a powerful pugilist, a prince of Paterson. He served in our state assembly. He served as our mayor. And for 27 years, he served in Congress. He never forgot where he came from in Paterson. And he never stopped fighting. He could push some pachyderms. He fought for the people. And so today, while we're heartbroken, we all are a people who can hold loss and joy in our hearts, because we are sad for his loss, but we celebrate his life. Let's give him a round of applause. And now, some of the greatest heroes, some of the greatest warriors, some of the greatest champions for fighting for reproductive freedom. I welcome them to the stage.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
In America, women's reproductive rights are in jeopardy. Former President Trump has a record of restricting abortion access and putting women's lives at risk.
The government should not have a say on if a woman can choose to have an abortion.
As a woman who has personally experienced the life-saving benefits of abortion, I know firsthand how important it is.
I want to make sure that access to contraception is not only available, but expanded.
and that every person has the right to choose when, where, how, and if they want to start a family.
To women everywhere, it's your body. Don't put someone in office who only wants to control it.
This election is about our health care, our rights, and our lives. Let's stand together and vote for a better future.
My body, my right.
And there was a live look in the opening ceremonies of the DNC where New Jersey Senator Cory Booker was kicking it off. We're going to bring it back in studio here with our panelists, Javier Palomares, Theron Bond. It's great to have you both here. One of the big topics of this election cycle, really, Theron, is going to be the issue of abortion access. How do you see this playing out? Some say this is the Republicans' kryptonite. What messaging are you anticipating coming out of the Democratic camp?
Oh, do you know how long I've been waiting? This is where my former policy director really kicks in, because it was for a reproductive justice organization. And so, believe it or not, there are a lot of data and a lot of statistics around this. Ultimately, the government does not belong in the doctor's office. We don't need to tell women what to do with their bodies, when, how, because they won't experience that. They may never know. We see the makeup of Congress and Senate, and it doesn't exactly look like the average woman that may have to make decisions about her body. And so the messaging has to be very much, my body, my choice, your body, your choice, my business, your business, and those should never mix. It is a very weak point for the Republican Party because they like traditional families. But honestly, what is that now? Because now in the year of 2024, family looks very different, not just for Republicans or just Democrats, for anybody. Friends are our family, our neighbors are our family. For those who worship places, those folks are our family, co-workers are family. So there are all forms of families. And so Democrats are more open to unconventional forms of family, but family is still just that family. You work and you support each other and you uplift one another. And that's where the Republicans miss it every single time. If they were able to legitimately put forth some policy that allows women to make their own decisions, they might have a leg up on Democrats, but I don't think they're going to be willing to do it.
What do you say to the Republican counterpoint that they're not taking away abortion rights, they're simply giving the decision back to the states, which if you translate that into, you vote for your elected representative in your state, so essentially it's the will of the people?
Well, it's the will of the people to vote for a president too. And sometimes you may be a blue voter in a red state or a red voter in a blue state or neither of that, but does that mean that you shouldn't have proper representation? No, it doesn't. And so we've seen there are statistics that support that when we leave things for the states, that's a lack of representation. As a matter of fact, it's underrepresentation. And so sometimes we need federal legislation to cover things that we may or may not have statewide or locally, and that's something that we need to have. And Democrats are saying, we're gonna work to fix Roe, and we're gonna codify it. And if they can do that, they should have already done it. President Biden had an opportunity to really make a fair attempt, but if they're willing to put forth the work to do that, that may get them some votes that they would have otherwise lost based on other policies that they don't do so well on right now.
And so, Javier, how do you see this issue of abortion access? Is it going to outweigh, I guess, the state of the economy or other major issues pressing the country?
Certainly, to some Americans, it will be the top and potentially determining factor. And I agree with every point that Theron has made. And beyond that, I argue that it becomes an economic issue. If you think about it, you're a young woman graduating from college, you got a job offer in, let's say, Maine and one in Arkansas. And you look at the strict abortion stance and laws in states like Arkansas, are you going to want to work in a state like Arkansas? You're probably going to take a job somewhere else where you feel that you have the respect, at least, to make your own decisions about your own body. That, when you multiply it by hundreds and thousands of young women that are going to say, you know what, I'm either leaving this state because of the position they took on abortion, or I won't go work in a state. You also might have employers. You might have huge corporations that said, we were going to open a plant there. We were going to open a regional operations center. But 50% of our workforce may not be interested in working in that state simply because of this issue called abortion. Now it's an economic issue. And I suspect that those states that took these very draconian stances on abortion may live to regret it, because they're going to see their economies ultimately suffer. The tax dollars, the employment, the opportunities that these young women may have otherwise brought to them are going to go to states that maybe they feel are a little bit more accepting of their lifestyle.
And on the topic of abortion right now, the CEO of Planned Parenthood Action is speaking at the DNC. We're going to tune in to her speech.
More than 1 in 3 women and nearly half of all black women live in banned states. Donald Trump wants women to be less free and pregnancy to be more dangerous. But I'm here to tell you, in no way are Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance more qualified than doctors and women to make these decisions. We decide. We trust women. We trust doctors. And we trust Kamala Harris. Our future is on the ballot. Our bodies are on the ballot. And come November 5th, we will decide this election.
Donald Trump said he wants to punish women.
And that was another live look at day 3 of the Democratic National Convention unfolding right now as we speak. We are going to take a very quick break, and we have a lot more for you in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
I go by Jackie. I'm 44 years old. I had 3 kids at the time and single mother. I was working 60 hours a week, still couldn't pay the bills. I'd skip meals so that they could eat. It's been hard because one thing falls into place, 10 things fall out of place. You know, I just can't do this alone and make it work.
1 in 5 kids face hunger in America, and food costs are rising. But everyone needs nourishing food to thrive. And they can when we work together so our neighbors can feed their families. Call or go online right now to join Feeding America with your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day. Together, thanks to a nationwide network of food banks, dedicated volunteers, and the monthly support of people like you, we can fill plates with nutritious food for kids facing hunger this summer.
One day my mother came over to my house and said, "There's a meeting at the pantry." I said, "Okay," and I went. There were some ladies in there. They were from the food bank. They asked several questions. Some of those were about me and my story, but it helped me to open up a little bit.
We're getting closer to the day when no one in America faces hunger, but we can't do it without you. Call or go online now. Visit helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. 98% of donations go directly to help millions of children facing hunger from coast to coast and in your own community. And when you give by credit card, we'll send you this exclusive canvas grocery bag to show you are a part of a movement of supporters working together to help end hunger.
I have people that I can trust. I have hope.
Please call now or make your monthly donation at helpfeedingamerica.org. Working together, we can end hunger in America.
If you're buzzed and doing this, to make yourself feel okay to drive, ZWX. You're not okay to drive.
YGKLVW. Regular you.
And welcome back to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. We have special live coverage of the DNC's Night 3. We're going to tune right in live to the stage right now.
Abortion didn't begin with the end of Roe, and they didn't end there either. Millions of women across this country are living with the devastating consequences of Republican abortion bans. Now comes Project 2025, a blueprint for banning abortion in all 50 states. It would give extremists like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance the power to monitor your pregnancy and even prosecute doctors for mailing abortion medication. Make no mistake, the threat of Project 2025 is very real, but so is our ability to stop it. In 2022, Democrats didn't just run on reproductive freedom, we won on reproductive freedom. And in 2024, we are coming back to the polls to finish the job. In his devastating opinion, Justice Alito wrote that women are not without electoral or political power. And Donald Trump and Republicans are about to find out just how true that is. The opportunity is before us. The power is in our hands, and the time is now.
Please welcome President and CEO of Voto Latino, Maria Teresa Kumar.
Hello, Chicago! Here's a fact. When Latinos vote, Democrats win. Now, not everyone believes it, so I brought receipts. We flipped Nevada and Colorado in 2008. We delivered in 2020. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won Georgia by 12,000 votes. Voto Latino, we registered 23,000 voters there. They won Arizona by 10,400 votes. We registered 34,000 voters there. Because we proved that when Latinos vote, Democrats win. Now, they're trying to suppress our vote. Boo. Our sacred and universal right as Americans. So let me be clear. Voto Latino has registered 1.5 million voters. And we are just getting started. Because since 2020, 4 million young Latinos have become eligible to vote this election. And I couldn't be prouder because we are registering them faster than any time in our history. This year, we will prove it again. When Latinos vote, you guys got the memo. Another fun fact, this year, more Latinos will vote than any time in our history. So that means, sí se puede, se está haciendo, sí se puede. So that means that together, we will make history and elect Kamala Harris president. Vota!
Don't know why, but I feel like
My name is Scott from Tennessee. I'm a former Trump voter.
My name is Matthew. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I'm a former Trump voter.
My name is Mike. I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, and I am a former Trump voter.
The main reasons why I won't support Donald J. Trump for president again starts with his chaotic behavior.
He doesn't care about me. He doesn't care about my family. He doesn't care about working people.
34 counts, felony counts that he was found guilty of. That's not who we want running our country.
Trump scares the hell out of me.
2024 will be the first time that I have not voted for a Republican.
I will be proudly voting for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome New York Representative Tom Suozzi.
I'm Tom Suozzi, and early this year, I flipped the seat from red to blue. My father came from Italy as a boy. He was the first kid in the neighborhood to go to college. He served as a navigator during World War II, came home, and at 28 was elected the youngest judge in the history of New York State. What a country. The immigrant experience, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. My family's experience, Kamala Harris's experience, the American experience. That's why the polarization on immigration is so painful. Let's be clear, the border is broken. But this year, when Democrats and Republicans worked together to finally write new border laws, we were blocked. We all know who sabotaged us. We reject the divisiveness. We reject the dysfunction. We reject the deception. My Italian grandfather used to toast new couples. He'd say marriage sometimes is hard, but in the end, non ci sono rose senza spine. You can't have the roses without the thorns. You have to work for it. To be a nation of immigrants is hard sometimes too. You have to work for it. Tonight, we celebrate the roses of life. We come together from every state, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion. We come together tonight to celebrate our candidate, Kamala Harris, who knows America is worth it, who knows this nation, built by immigrants, is a rare and beautiful thing, and who joyfully accepts the challenge to work across party lines, to secure our border, to treat people like human beings, and to move our country forward.
And there was a live look at the DNC, which is underway right now. We're going to take a short look in studio here where we have Entity's Dave Martin standing by. Dave, what can you tell us?
Thank you, Steve. Now, as you take a quick break from watching the DNC, I want to take a quick look at a former Democrat turned independent who's also in this presidential race. That is, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, as an independent, he's faced some challenges in getting his name on the ballot in all 50 states. Now, his campaign says they do have enough signatures to be on all 50 ballots. Currently, though, they're only on 19 of them. That does not include New York, which last week took him off the ballot in a state ruling, though he has said he will appeal the decision. Now, let's take a look where he is polling recently. This is according to a YouGov poll taken just last week. You can see here in the presidential race, Kamala Harris, 46%, Donald Trump right behind at 44%. Kennedy now a distant third at 3%. Now, earlier in the year, he was polling at even higher than 15% in some of the polls, but for whatever reason, has really started to fall behind. Now, there's been some talk of him possibly dropping out of the race and endorsing one of the candidates, and I think that would become another pivot point in this race. Now, his campaign has said he will have an announcement on Friday, so maybe we'll know a lot more at that time. But right now, let's go back to the desk.
Dave Martin, thank you for that update, Dave. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the night. In the meantime, we're going to take a look back to Entity's Luis Martinez and Jack Bradley, who are out on the floor right now. What can you tell us, guys?
Hey, well, the energy's really picking up here. We're hearing music playing. Take a look right over here behind me. We have people dancing to the music. Yeah, we definitely see the energy picking up here. And Luis, what have we seen so far today?
So officially, the third day of the DNC has started. Senator Cory Booker came out, used the gavel, struck wood, and announced that the third day had begun. It was really interesting and fun when he said, "Let's party with purpose," as he struck the gavel. We also had the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, and also the invocation at the beginning of today's the third day.
Right. Yeah. While all this is taking place, we're having the pro-Palestinian protests building right outside the United Center. You know, Cook County is home to a lot of Palestinians here, so we can see that those protests are building, and hopefully it's not a repeat of yesterday where we had a lot of protesters arrested acting unruly.
Right now, the lights are dimming. There's messages on the main board. We can see they're displaying former Trump voters now supporting Harris Walz for this election. They've been doing this every day to highlight, of course, from a Democratic point of view, how some voters have changed their mind in the past 4 years.
Absolutely, yeah. And so overall, we're just seeing a lot of support for the Harris Walz campaign here. A lot of energy and motivation. Even though it's like a 4-weekend ticket, we're seeing still a lot of support for them. Back to you guys.
Continues Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez on the floor of the DNC. Thank you, guys. And coming back in studio here, where we have Javier Palomares and Theron Bond. I'd like to just continue our discussion, Javier, about the Latino vote. We are seeing that there's a big push on both sides. What do you think that the Democrats need to do to sort of gain back some of that ground that they've been losing to in the polls over the past few months?
You know, I think first of all, I've said it before. We live in a country, sadly, where we've got two parties. One has demonized the Hispanic community for time immemorial. The other one's taken it for granted for time immemorial. And frankly, I don't know which is worse. I know that the Republican Party has put forth a real effort, feet on the ground in markets where it matters, and that's what's led to the bleeding off of Hispanics from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party. It's a mere issue of paying attention to them, talking to them about the issues that matter. What I would encourage my Democratic friends to do is, look, let's start talking about the policies that are going to help not only the average American family, but certainly the Hispanic family. Our concerns are no different than anyone else's. The kitchen table issues, how am I going to pay for college? You know, I thought a home was within reach, but now with interest rates the way they are, mortgage rates the way they are, the cost of money, it's out of control. I can't get there. These are the things that the Hispanic family needs to hear in a very clear-throated, strong, articulation from, Vice President Harris and the campaign about what are you going to do to help the Hispanic family. Our needs are no different than the average American family, but there's no real messaging around that specifically at that group. If you think about it, every 30 seconds a Latino turns 18 in this nation and becomes an eligible voter. We are growing faster than any electorate in this country, and we are the most independent electorate. But our own polling told us that 34% of Hispanics identify as independent. So it is ripe for the taking. We just need the Democratic campaign to get busy about having the conversation with the Hispanic community.
In theory, and I guess in politics and in life, it comes down to the age-old question of what have you done for me lately? And so with that said, I think there are a lot of people in any community, just any American, taking demographic out of it that are looking, specifically some Democrats, over the past 4 years and saying, hey, not much has changed, especially when it comes to the economy.
Every voter wants to feel heard. Black voters want to feel like you're touching on their issues. Hispanic voters want to feel like you're touching on their issues. Asian voters. For so long, the Democratic Party has been very white and centrally focused. But if we're really big tent, then we've got to be big tent when it comes to talking about our diverse makeup, our voting blocks, whether it be age, whether it be regionally, whether it be your ethnicity. And that's something that the Democrats really need to improve on. If they improve their messages to these respective voting blocks and communities, they really will have something going forward. But this is all going to have an impact on the popular vote. And that's something that between the popular vote and the Electoral College that we haven't gotten to yet. What we saw with Hillary is she won the popular vote, but she didn't win the Electoral College. So all the honeymoon experience that we're having now with Harris and Walz, and then for those that are supporting Trump and Vance, it's very much popular, popular, popular. But it could be all for naught if that Electoral College says otherwise and doesn't necessarily ride along with what the popular vote looks like.
An important discussion, and day 3 of the Democratic National Convention is underway now. We are going to that live, and we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build, the oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-960-8919. That's 1-800-960-8919 or visit copperbullethose.com. Order now.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium MyPillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
A painting that has true beauty. I imagine it's like a door. The artist holds the key to open the door and bring people to a purer world. A world where people are more compassionate.
And welcome back to NTD's special coverage of the Democratic National Convention, Day 3. There's a live look in the United Center in Chicago, Illinois, where the convention is underway right now with big speakers still to come. Former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Of course, you have former President Bill Clinton, as well as the headline speaker, Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz, all to come to you shortly. We'll bring you some of those very important speeches as they come up. In the meantime, we'll bring our discussion back here in studio. Javier Palomares, Theron Bond. Javier, I want to get your thoughts. The Labor Department's downward revision of job growth by 818,000 jobs. That's almost 1 million jobs. It's a very significant number. What does this say about the overall strength of the U.S. labor market, and how might this affect consumer confidence and just the Americans' confidence in the economy and the ultimate effect of this heading into the election?
You know, it will definitely have an effect. It's hard to talk about an economy that's doing well and rebounding when you have those kinds of numbers show up at the very last minute. That's a profound number. You know, as an individual that works with the small business community, you know, it's small businesses that create nearly 70% of these jobs in America. It's not the large businesses. And we are having trouble. You know, our margins are being squeezed to the point that we can barely stay alive. We are having to slow down our growth. Therefore, the economy slows down, jobs slow down, hiring slowed down, and you begin to see the trickle effect. I think what we're dealing with right now is a very tenuous economy. We are by no means out of the woods here. We've seen some positive signs. Inflation, in fact, has come down. We see some, loosening in terms of interest rates. At the end of the day, there's so many other factors that play into it, not the least of which is the jobs numbers, that ultimately are going to tell the tale as to where our economy is. We're not out of the woods yet, not by a long shot.
And Theron, with that said, Kamala Harris is going to have to find a way to untether herself from this economy, because the fact of the matter is she has been, at a high position of power right below the president for the past 4 years. How is she going to do this?
I don't know, but she better do it, and she better do it fast. I think realistically, she has until the end of the convention. I think Thursday is that deadline. I think we've seen what the Biden-Harris administration looks like, how influential she's been or not, and now we need to see what a Harris-Walz administration is going to look like. I think that's what people are looking for, is how different is she? How will things be going forward for at least the next 4 years, or the next 4 to 8, if we're being honest, because the likelihood of her running for re-election is very high if she wins. I think we need to see it. We needed to see it like yesterday, to be honest, but time is ticking, and honestly, Thursday's that day. It has to be that day.
Javier, I want to stay with this topic. If we look at the polls right now, economy and inflation, top issues for many, many voters. Now, multiple polls are showing that voters think former President Trump could do a better job at handling this issue. How likely is it that VP Harris will be able to swing those voters back in her favor before November?
I don't know that she can ever convince those voters that she could do a better job. The best she can hope for is to say that I can do as good a job as Donald Trump could do. At this juncture, like it or not, she is tethered to the record that, she was part of under President Biden. And they invested a lot of time, energy, and money in talking about Bidenomics, which invariably the facts are there, but the average American family didn't want to hear about macroeconomics. They were worried about the cost of food, the cost of gasoline, the cost of education, healthcare. And unfortunately, the administration spent a lot of time, built an entire campaign around this thing called Bidenomics. It wasn't wrong, it just was the wrong message at the wrong time. The American family needs to hear about, what are you going to do to fix my problems? And that's where they've really got to Theron's point, they got to buckle down, and then the next couple of days, they got to articulate exactly what they're going to do to help the average American family.
When it comes to that messaging that Javier's laying out there, and we haven't heard these policies yet, so what would you like to hear? What would convince, Americans who are maybe feeling those gas prices, those grocery prices, maybe even rent right now? What will it take for them to feel that, oh yes, under a Harris-Walz administration, my life will be better?
I think the American people want to hear, see, and feel the difference. When they go to the grocery store, the same things that $200 would have bought even 6 months ago is not the same. Even I've had trips to the grocery store and I'm like, gosh, it seems like I get less and less, but I'm spending more and more. Even with gas prices, it's like a fishing expedition to try to find the cheapest gas. I think people are tired of having to figure it out themselves. We vote for a government to guide us in these things, and that's what policy is. And so we need good guidance from Vice President Kamala Harris. Obviously she's not gonna buy, my milk or your milk or fruit and vegetables, but we wanna know how we can buy our own and not go broke doing so, regardless of what financial bracket we're in.
Javier, when it comes to winning in November, what about the need to appeal to both progressives and moderates? If we look back at, the 2020 election, many are saying Kamala Harris was picked as the more progressive to balance out President Biden, to win both sides, if you will. Now, with the pick of Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz, he has a pretty progressive background. He used to be a more moderate, you could argue. With this ticket, can Harris win over those moderates, or how do you see her and Walz navigating this?
I think she certainly has a chance at it. It really in the articulation, what comes next? How are you going to spell out the policies? How are you going to solve the problems for both the younger set of Americans, the more progressive part of our country, and those that are a bit more established that want to hear kind of perhaps what we've heard in the past? The reality of it is both parties are going to have quite a challenge bridging that gap. How are they going to be the answer to all of the issues, all of the challenges that the American people are facing right now? Never mind, the international, chaos that exists right now. That's a whole different topic. But when it comes to what's happening here in America, I think on both sides of the aisle. Americans want to hear from either of these campaigns. Are you for real? Can you actually solve the problems that I'm living with? And ultimately, the campaign that answers that question, I think is going to gain the White House.
Does it make sense if I say that each of the campaigns has what the other needs? Like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are appealing to women and more progressive people, and then former President Donald Trump is not doing so well with women, but he has policy. If they could figure that out and get the one up, that's honestly who's more likely to win come this November.
Sounds like we have our new bipartisan ticket right there. maybe that's the solution here.
I'll follow Theron into battle anytime.
Well, as we do close out this panel, I just want your thoughts on expectations for tonight. We are going to hear from former President Bill Clinton and, of course, Governor Tim Walz tonight. What are you expecting in these speeches? And, of course, Nancy Pelosi.
You know, I'm hopeful that they will talk about bringing the nation together. I hope that they will be authentic and honest with the American people and deal with the issues at hand. Obviously, this is a celebration, and that's a good thing for America. We need hope at a time like this from both campaigns. But at the end of the day, I think the American people, and certainly the small business community, wants to hear, very clearly, what is the plan? What are you bringing to the party? How are you going to solve the problems of this amazing nation that we all love so much? It's going to take for them to kind of step into the moment and really be that voice, that clarion that says, follow me, I know how to get there, just come with me. And I'm hopeful that, they will begin to deliver that in the next couple of days. He's got the first lap, and then he's going to hand the baton to her, and she's got to finish the race. But he's got an important lap. He's going to set the tone tonight.
And your expectations for tonight's big name speakers?
Gosh, the Obamas are individually and collectively are a very hard act to follow, but they're bringing out all of the political heavy hitters. So these are people that we've trusted over many, many decades. So I think that's a testament to longevity within the Democratic Party, speaking to multiple generations within the party. But ultimately, the American people want to know, I'm casting my vote for you. What are you doing to earn it? And what are you going to do to make my life better? And hopefully the speakers tonight will speak to that, especially Governor Tim Walz, because he's actually on the ticket. So we probably need to hear from him more than anybody else tonight. And then on Thursday, Vice President Harris more than anyone else.
Well, Theron Bond and Javier Palomares, thank you so much for being on our panel for night 3 of the DNC. And we are going to be taking a very quick break. But of course, the DNC is live and underway in Chicago. So we'll have a lot more in just a few moments.
At NativePath, we're driven to improve the lives of people by providing highly effective supplements that solve common health problems and support optimal health. This is what being on the path is all about.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Do you know that Cars for Compassion is the best way to donate your car? Through this non-profit program, you can not only help us keep bringing the world independent and daringly truthful journalism, but also significantly impact the life of somebody who needs a vehicle. The Epoch Times fights misinformation and big tech censorship by being independent and unbound to advertisers. Every single contribution to Cars for Compassion is a powerful endorsement of our unwavering mission. All you have to do is go to carsforcompassion.org and let us know about your car, and we'll schedule a pickup time and email you a tax-deductible receipt. To do this, just click the link below, support truth, compassion, and hope. Donate your car right now at www.carsforcompassion.org.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance, and you're looking at a live feed at night 3 of the DNC at the United Center in Chicago. We're going to take a look and bring you what's taking place right now. Here's a look.
In 2022, we came within 7,000 votes of the majority. So it's within our power to win these critical races. This election is about our rights, our freedoms, our democracy, and our future. So let's get out the vote. Let's take back the House. Let's make Hakeem Jeffries our next speaker. And let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison.
Friends, I'll never forget when I first saw the video of the murder of George Floyd. I was heartbroken. I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim appointed me to prosecute Floyd's murder. Almost a year after that, minutes after the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George Floyd. No one is above the law, and no one is beneath it. No one is outside the circle of our compassion. In the Republican Party, everyone thinks they're above the law. Hell, nearly a dozen of their own lawyers are facing serious charges. Even their lawyers need lawyers. These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam. And like Kamala Harris, I am an attorney general. And attorney generals know what a scam is when they see it. Like my friend Tish James, for example, from New York. America, we won't be scammed again. We're not going back, we are going forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office is right across the hall from mine. And I've seen him deliver for the people of the state of Minnesota every day. Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in, to raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America. Facts. Kamala and Tim, they fight for the people, and they also listen. And when they say we need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza, and to bring hostages home, they're listening, friends. They agree with us. There are people watching tonight, and maybe even here tonight, who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world, let me assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen, they care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all, and let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
People of color.
Have you ever discussed special counsel?
And there you had Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison giving a speech addressing the Democratic National Convention. In the meantime, I'm going to check back in with NTD's Kelly Wright, who is there right now. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Steve, I can tell you a lot that's going on here right now. We just saw the Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison, speak. And, of course, he is someone who once served in Congress, and he has an historical resume. And the next gentleman I want to talk about is someone who has an incredible, impressive historical resume. His name is Dr. Benjamin Chavis, a graduate of Duke University Divinity School, also someone who, at the age of 14, was one of the youngest people to work with the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I had a discussion with Ben about what's happening here for America, not only in the Democrat circles, but Republican circles. Here's an excerpt of what Ben and I discussed right here on our NTD news set on Media Row at the DNC National Convention in Chicago. Watch this. Kid,
yes.
When you started
I was the
marching
youngest
with
person
King.
on Dr. King's staff, 14 years old, at the March on Washington in 1963. And I worked as a youth coordinator from 63 to 68 until the time Dr. King was assassinated on April the 4th, 1968. So I kind of grew up in the civil rights movement. The convention in 1968 was divided. I'm talking about divided even among Democrats. what I've seen at this convention is profound unity among the Democrats, from the left to the right to the moderates. They're all coalescing to support Kamala Harris and Jim Walz. That's a different Democratic Party. I think elections should try to bring the nation together rather than have an election that divides the nation. So a lot of work has to be done, in my view, between now and November to try to heal the nation, not add more flames to the division.
An incredible history in that one man's life, Ben Chavis, that we don't have time to get it into. There are not enough superlatives to describe what he has been through as a champion of civil rights. But more importantly, the other thing he said to me, Steve, was that he wants America healed rather than seeing it broken and divided. And he talked about Republicans and Democrats coming together. And regardless of who wins this election, that is something he is fundamentally committed to. He is the head of the National Newspapers Publishers Association, which is a large organization representing some 200-plus newspapers, black African-American newspapers, representing en masse the African-American community. And he has stated categorically that that is not a monolithically Democratic base. It is Democrat, it is Republican, it is independent. And that is something that people here will have to weigh in on, as well as the Republican side. Ben Chavis, a man who's actually pushing forward the narrative that America is great already, and it will only become stronger and better when all of us can get through this divide. Also recently, Steve, we just spoke to Representative Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. As you know from the history there, another stalwart of the civil rights struggle, the man who also helped get Joe Biden elected into office because of going back to that South Carolina primary when he was running and campaigning to become president. It was Jim Clyburn who saved the candidacy, if you will, of Joe Biden. And he was just telling me right now he is very hopeful for a stronger America. Back to you, Steve.
Kelly, certainly a fascinating slice of history, especially him highlighting the unity that he sees now compared to the convention in 1968. Not many people that can have that type of lived experience.
Yeah, you're right, and we were able to get that from Ben, and he is so good about making that crystal clear, the differences between 1968 and comparing it to today.
NTD's Kelly Wright, live at the DNC. Thank you, Kelly. And right now we're going to check back into the feed where we have the Michigan Attorney General, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. Here's her speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Wow. Wow. I just want to say thank you, Attorney General Nessel. So coming up, we have John and Rachel, proud, loving parents of 3. On October 7th, their son Hirsch, a U.S. citizen, was at a music festival when Hamas attacked. He was taken hostage, and he is still being held today, an American citizen. Rachel and John want what every parent wants, to hold their child close, to love on them, and keep them safe. I'm honored to introduce the 2 of them tonight.
this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel on that terrible day. In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue. It is a humanitarian issue. The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support for our hostages being released. We've met with President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House. They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home, and will stop the despair in Gaza. We are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air. There is a surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners. In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes. In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region. A deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza. The time is now.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home.
And there we just heard from parents of American hostages, one American hostage who's still trapped in Gaza after the October 7th attack in Israel. Very powerful words there from the parents. What were some of your takeaways, Arlene?
Well, I did look into their son a little bit, and they were able to see a video of him about 3 months ago, so they are confident that he's still alive. They said that, you know, they're confident because usually other families whose loved one has been killed are notified in some way. They're either told that it's a possibility or they're told that, you know, it did happen. But she said they haven't gotten contacted by anyone, so that gives them hope that he's still alive. And when they saw him in the video, he did have the one arm shot off from about to here, mostly the wrist, and he didn't look well to them, and I believe they said they asked the doctor about it, and it looked like he had edema, which is probably because of the arm being shot off, and then he's not getting medical care for that. But he didn't look too bad. He looked pretty healthy, and of course, You know, he told his parents that he loved them and, you know, told them to pray for him. And he said he was, you know, doing his best to survive. So it was a very moving video. And these parents, I mean, they're really strong. The mother is really strong, you know, and they have, like they said, they've been going to the White House several times, met with Biden and Kamala Harris. You know, I didn't know about that, but I mean, you know, all of these parents, I think, are really strong in holding up really well, you know, and fighting for their family members.
Yeah, Dave, I think that's one of the things when you watch it, that strength that they have really shines through, the fact that they're still holding out that hope that their son is going to return home safe and still alive.
Yeah, you know, and they were advocating, of course, for everyone to come home. You know, that was clear as well, too. And I think they had also some great points. You know, it was obviously a very sad thing to hear, but they also said, you know, this is not a bipartisan issue. This is something we can all come together. You know, this is something everybody can really, hopefully, unify. That, at the very least, it should be best if these hostages are brought home, of course. So I think that was a very good message to hear at this convention, for sure.
Yeah, certainly a nonpartisan issue, indeed. And right now, we're going to go to NTD's Jack Bradley, who is on the floor there. Jack, what are things like right now? Is it intermission, or are things still very lively where you're at?
Well, what I can say, Steve, is just chills were felt throughout the auditorium just moments ago when we heard those speeches from the parents of the families of the hostage, the son who's held hostage in Gaza. And it was just, you could hear a pin drop during certain parts of their speech when they weren't speaking. Everyone in the audience behind me were standing up, silent, watching, and you could hear them gasp. You saw some of them cry, and just shock in their eyes when they were listening to what was going on and happened to these people on that terrible day of October 7th when Hamas terrorists attacked Israel. So that was a very moving moment right here in the crowd. And now we're here some music behind me, but earlier I spoke to Jay Jacobs, the chairman of the State of New York's Democratic Committee, and he told me why he's throwing his support behind Kamala Harris. Take a look. I'm here with Jay Jacobs, the chair of the Democratic Party of the state of New York. Jay, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me.
Now, with the Kamala Harris Walz ticket, it's a very new ticket. Is it energizing the party?
Well, you just see it in this hall. I've been to quite a few of these conventions. 2020 is the only recent one I've missed because we didn't have it. And I will tell you, I have never seen energy like this. I've never seen enthusiasm, but also when we're in the hotels and, you know, you're talking with delegates, not just from New York, but from all over. The excitement, you know, they're just in anticipation. We're going to win, and we feel it.
Walz is speaking later tonight. What are you expecting him to say, and what does he need to say to reach out to more of those undecided voters?
Well, I think he's the average American, and that's who he's got to relate to, and I think he does it very well. And I think he's just got to show people across this country what the values and principles of this Democratic Party are, what we're about, and once they know that and they compare it to the nonsense on the other side, I think we're going to have a very good election.
And as far as the speeches we're going to hear later today, what are you most excited to hear other than Walz, of course?
Well, you know, we got Tom Suozzi, my own local congressman, going to be talking on immigration, and he's got a lot to say about it, and I think people are going to enjoy that. And Bill Clinton, well, I love Bill Clinton, so anytime I get an opportunity to listen to him, he takes a complex argument and boils it down to the most basic facts you need to know and presents them in a great way. I think that's going to be a great speech.
What issues does Harris need to reach across the aisle with?
Well, I think immigration is one of them, but the main thing is people are worried about the economy, they're worried about their pocketbooks, they're worried about affordability, and I think the other thing they're worried about is they want to get this country back to common sense government and a decency. They want Democrats to be able to compromise with Republicans and vice versa. They want us to talk to each other, lower the temperature. You know, we're all Americans. We should not be hating each other. We shouldn't allow for and accept language of hate and the divisiveness. And I think she's going to give us that tenor. I think she's going to create that tenor. You know, and I think it'll be great for us.
Jay Jacobs, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Okay.
Sit on our hands, do nothing about it. Can we leave this
And coming back in studio here from the live feed in the DNC, we're keeping an eye on all of the big speeches that are going to be coming up throughout the evening, one of which was just talked about there by the Democratic chair of the state of New York, where NTD's Jack Bradley was talking about him. He was commenting on how excited he is to see former President Bill Clinton's speech tonight. Given the former president's role in unifying the party in the past, how do you think, Arlene, his message tonight might impact party unity heading into the final stretch of the campaign?
Well, I actually listened a little bit to his speech from 2012 when Barack Obama was trying to get back in or get a second term. And they credit Bill Clinton with helping Obama get over the hump in that case. And Bill Clinton has a nickname, which is the Secretary of Explaining Stuff. And as he had mentioned there, he knows how to explain complex things. And at that time, he was also talking about how the Republicans are divided, how they don't want to, cooperate with the Democrats. I mean, it was very similar to what we're hearing now. I think this will be his 12th speech tonight, 12th time speaking at the DNC. So he's a veteran at speaking at these conferences. And it was said that, when he gave his first speech at the DNC, which I think was when he was running for president, they couldn't wait for him to say, "and in closing." But since then, he's learned a lot about how to get people to want to work together, across the aisle. He talks a lot about, him doing what he's doing now, working with his foundation. And he says, and I talk to people from, Republicans, Democrats, Independents. He says, I don't even know what they are. He said, but we are able to come together and solve problems. So I think he's going to give a similar message to that tonight, and of course highlight how Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to do that.
And of course, Dave, on the message of unity, that sort of translates, I guess, if you will, into battleground states. Right now, Kamala Harris is polling better nationally, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the Electoral College. What are you seeing? How tight are some of these races in key battleground states that ultimately maybe former President Bill Clinton might be able to help in tonight in his speech?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I was looking at those three. Several polls have Kamala Harris with a lead in all three of those states. Now, if she takes all those three, and then Trump still gets North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, at that point, and Georgia, even if Trump takes those four, but if she gets those three, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, it doesn't matter how many other swing states Trump would get. She would probably win 270 to 268. Unless Trump somehow is able to penetrate, another one of those blue walls. I don't see any of them that are close. They were actually getting close before Biden stepped down. We were looking at New Hampshire, New Mexico, Virginia. They were becoming toss-ups. Those are usually those who have been lean Democrat. But since Harris has come in, they have gone back to lean Democrat. They're no longer toss-ups. So at this point, you'd have to say that Harris really has the slight advantage now.
But are we still within the margin of error in some of those polls?
Pennsylvania, though, was out of the margin of error when I saw 6%. I've also seen New York Times had it at 4%. I think it was just within the margin of error. So it's very close, at least on that one. But I think she is within the margin of error on the Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia, though. So obviously, it could go either way.
And I'm sure former President Trump is reminding everybody right now about the polls in 2016 and that so-called silent majority. In the meantime, we'll take a back look at the DNC, where you have, looks like Senator Cory Booker still introducing. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll bring you back to the DNC shortly. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Will radical lies determine your child's future, or will timeless truths? Fathom the Good equips children with wisdom against the world. Our homeschool curriculum teaches high schoolers to think critically. We provide primary texts, original content, reasoning tools, and mentoring videos to help them transform America. Teach your children to navigate the world's woke confusion. Teach them to fathom the good.
I believe in America because our elders
Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024, the Audien Atom 2 series offers superior sound quality and functionality for a fraction of the price. For just $189 a pair, the Atom 2 features 4 different hearing modes for all types of hearing loss. It packs crystal clear sound, a nearly invisible design, and is even rechargeable.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids. They're so comfortable, I forget I'm wearing them. And the sound is amazing.
The Atom Pro 2 is our smallest hearing aid yet, featuring advanced background noise cancellation, and is the world's first hearing aid with built-in UV cleaning that kills 99% of bacteria.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed without seeing a doctor or having a hearing test.
Join over 500,000 happy customers today and get the hearing you deserve.
Call 1-800-433-6359 or go to audienhearing.com to get your pair of Audien hearing aids starting at just $189.
Imagine a coffee that cares for your health. Expertly fermented with a 50 enzyme complex to enhance flavor and remove bitterness. Small batch roasted to a decadent medium dark, resulting in a brew that is gentle on digestion, low acid, and up to 90% less caffeine than regular coffee. Try America's first enzyme fermented coffee today.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
Presenting the heritage of traditional Chinese martial arts, fostering martial ethics, and reviving the true tradition. The 2024 NTD International Traditional Chinese Martial Arts Competition will be held August 30th to September 2nd at the Village School in New Jersey. Semifinals and finals tickets are on sale. To buy tickets, please call 1-888-477-9228.
For this and other delicious recipes, go to tasteshow.com.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. This is night 3 of the Democratic National Convention happening live in Chicago right now, where we have a live feed of what's happening on stage over there. I think we're seeing a video of, what the Harris campaign will bring to the American people. Now we have a big list of speakers lined up tonight. We're going to be hearing from a lot of them. There's House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He'll be speaking tonight. Of course, former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, and United States Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, and former President of the United States Bill Clinton, and of course the big speech tonight, Vice President nominee Tim Walz, governor. And coming back now to our guests, we have NTD election data analyst Dave Martin and NTD legal correspondent Arlene Richards. Good to have you both with us here tonight. This is night 3. Now, you're talking earlier about we're hearing from the parents of one of the hostages that's still, captured in the Israel-Hamas conflict. We've been seeing those protests happening outside this convention. Maybe not right outside the door, but we're seeing news of, arrests happening. It seems that foreign policy is becoming maybe one of the top issues. But Dave, you've been covering what the polls are saying in terms of top issues. Why don't you give us a rundown of what is top of mind for voters right now?
Yeah, well, right now, number one is inflation and prices. I mean, that's the top voters. That's like 1 out of 4 is saying that. Now, obviously, inflation went up 2021 and 2022. It's not as much right now. The jobs, the economy was next, and then it was immigration at number 3. So I'm very interested to see if they're going to address, kind of their plans for immigration tonight, maybe from Tim Walz or from Kamala Harris tomorrow night.
A lot waiting on these speeches. Let's go back to the feed now live in the DNC. This is Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Let's listen in.
If it weren't for Donald Trump. Trump killed that bill, and he did it because he knew that if we fixed the border, he'd lose his ability to divide us, his ability to fan the flames of fear about people who come from different places. Right, you guys know this, right? Hate and division, that's Trump's oxygen, right? People like Trump and J.D. Vance, they need it to survive in politics. People are saying that they're weird, that they're creepy, and they are weird, they are creepy. But even worse, they're weak. Kamala Harris is not weak. For 20 years, Kamala Harris has been tough as nails when it comes to securing our border. When she was a California prosecutor, she went after drug smugglers, human traffickers. She put 100 gang members away in a single sweep. Trump says that a safe nation can't be an immigrant nation. That's flat wrong, and Kamala Harris knows it. She knows this too. Engraved on the Statue of Liberty is a poem. The last line reads, "I lift my lamp beside the golden door." For generations, that lamp has called people to start a brave new life in America. My ancestors, your ancestors, and the parents of the next President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris knows that we can be a nation of proud immigrants and a nation of strong immigration laws. That's why when she's president, she will bring that border bill back, and Kamala Harris is going to pass it. How do I know this? Because in this race, there is only one candidate who has ever been willing to do the worthy, redeeming work of making our country better, of recognizing that we do not have to choose between celebrating our heritage and enforcing our laws, right? The beautiful thing about America is that we can be both. We can be a nation of immigrants who love their country and a nation with a secure border. And there is only one candidate who can deliver that vision of America, and it's Kamala Harris. Thank you very much, Democrats.
Please welcome Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar.
On the other side of the border, the traffickers, they pack migrants into 18-wheelers like cattle, 50, 100 at a time. Then they seal the doors. That's when the 911 calls come. We hear them, desperate, terrified, gasping for air. Now, sometimes we get there in time. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we can't. When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine, he's not there to help us. Don't think that, not for a second. He is a self-serving man. I mean, look, just like when he killed the border bill, he just made our jobs harder. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail. Now, down in my neck of the woods, we call that fooling around and finding out. I may be paraphrasing a bit. We protect them. Now, the border sheriffs that I know, right, and we're like Kamala. We protect and serve. We enforce the law. We show compassion. And we fight like hell to protect our border. Because as we've always known in Texas, cuando luchamos, ganamos. When we fight, we win.
Please welcome California Representative Pete Aguilar.
I'm Pete Aguilar, chair of the Democratic Caucus. For 4 generations, my family has called California home. I grew up in San Bernardino, a working-class community defined by family, faith, and hard work. These values, shared by Latino families across this country, are what made my family's American dream possible. And only Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect the American dream so that every family can earn a living, own a home, and reach their full potential. This is a vision for America that Donald Trump will never understand. All he knows is chaos and division. He talks about tearing American families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, community against community. Compare that to what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Almost 500,000 people who live here and are married to a U.S. citizen can now apply for lawful permanent residence. DACA recipients who graduated college have easier access to work visas. And we would have much more security at the border if Donald Trump hadn't tanked the bipartisan bill. Folks, we don't have to choose between a secure border and building an America for all. Under President Harris, we can and will do both. As a prosecutor, she took on transnational gangs and cartels. As president, she will fight for pathways to citizenship. And I can tell you, as the highest ranking Latino in Congress, our community understands the stakes in this election because we believe in the promise of this country. We believe our nation is stronger when we keep families together. We believe our union is more perfect when dreamers become doctors, teachers, construction workers, and military service members. Latinos believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border, fix our broken immigration system.
And there on screen right now at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago is the chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar. But let's bring it back in studio now and toss it to NTD's data analyst, Dave Martin. Dave, what other big names are we expecting tonight?
Yeah, you know, we've talked about, obviously, former President Bill Clinton and Vice President nominee Tim Walz. Now, let's take a quick look at a few more here. Veronica Escobar, we just heard her, Congresswoman since 2019. She's a former county commissioner. And after her, we will have singer Maren Morris, country singer and songwriter. She performed My Church. That was her first big hit at the 60th Grammy Awards. And then actress Mindy Kaling. Now, for any Office stars, she starred in The Office. She also co-wrote it. So yeah, she's also been in a number of movies as well. So kind of a star-studded night here, you know. I was very happy when we had Hulk Hogan, of course, at the RNC. But we've got plenty of, you know, Mindy Kaling, we've got Oprah Winfrey, Maren Morris. She actually already performed here earlier tonight. So quite a list of stars here going on tonight.
Yeah, we're hearing from Luis earlier, Luis Martinez, our correspondent down on the floor there, about John Legend doing his mic test earlier. You know, these big names on the musical side, right, kind of giving their endorsements behind the Democratic Party. Now, zooming out a bit, Arlene, we've been seeing, you know, all these different headlines when it comes to polls moving in the favor of, you know, Vice President Kamala Harris. And wow, she's running for president now. But when it goes to the flip side, right, we do have the debate, of course, coming up, but we also have the Trump sentencing coming up, where potentially maybe that will help move and motivate his base to come out and support the Republican Party. But when it comes to the legal cases that Trump is facing, because there are several, what updates are there in those?
Well, I did talk about the New York case a little bit yesterday, and in that case, the prosecutor has decided not to oppose Trump's motion to actually delay that sentencing until after the election. So I don't know what's going on there. He said it was because of the appeal process. He feels like Trump is going to appeal anyway, and that's going to push things back, so why not just let the judge decide? But in the DC election case, there's something similar going on where the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, is asking for a delay. He's asking for a 3-week delay. Now, as you know, that was the case where it went up to the Supreme Court on the presidential immunity issue. The court sent it down to the lower court to decide which of these charges are presidential acts and which are not. So Jack Smith is supposed to submit his arguments by August 9th, I believe it was, and he asked for 3 more weeks because he says he's discussing things with the Department of Justice, with different departments within the Department of Justice, because they haven't really figured out what their position is yet, and they're still analyzing the decision. But this is kind of unusual because Jack Smith has always been trying to, you know, expedite this case and make it go faster, trying to put it on a fast track and trying to get it through before the election, right? Trying to get the trial to go on before the election. And now he's slowing it down, and the judge is allowing that to happen. She granted his request. And she also was trying to seem like she was trying to fast track the case and get it moving. So we don't know, not sure why he's doing that, but what happens now is that the hearing date that she had scheduled, where they're going to schedule the trial, has also been pushed back, which means it's more likely now that this trial won't go forward before the election. So that was similar moves in both cases, I feel. And I don't know whether they're doing this because they don't want to cause a commotion in Kamala Harris's campaign, because we're all just waiting to see when this is going to peak, right? She's in her honeymoon phase, people are saying, and when is it going to peak and what's going to happen? So with those things happening in those two cases, everything is going to remain a little more stable, I think. And I don't know what else. Maybe the RFK announcement on Friday might be the thing, might be the ticket.
A lot of big updates right there in the legal cases for Trump. Arlene Richards and Dave Martin, thanks for joining us here at the table. We're going to tease it out now. The night 3 of the DNC is in full swing right now. We'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
A painting that has true beauty. I imagine it's like a door. The artist holds the key to open the door and bring people to a purer world. A world where people are more compassionate.
What's happened to this world we're living in? Why?
Good evening. Good evening. I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy. And the only thing left to do is dump Trump. These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
Give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
It does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
Give riot warning. Yeah, we're out of here. We're going to give riot warning. We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, trying to breach and get to the Capitol. We have a breach of the Capitol. Breach of the Capitol to the upper level. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence.
We can't hold this. We're going to go. to too many people. Look at this vantage point, man.
We're trying to hold the upper deck. We're trying to hold the upper deck now. We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnel. We need to move now. Copy. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now. We lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back into the upper deck.
H208 with 4 members. The doors barricade. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
Officers still remaining on the House floor, so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy. Officers down! Get them up! Get them up!
And if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. And I mean full pardons with an apology to many, an apology. They were peaceful people. These were great people. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Tiffany Meier here with my co-host Steve Lance. Now we do have a new panel with us. We have political strategist and national trial attorney with Mills and Edwards, Dante Mills, and former ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Denmark and vice chair of the Center for Energy Environment at the America First Policy Institute, Carlos Sanz. Thank you both so much for joining us. Now, we were just seeing, video footage, select highlights, if you will, of what went down on January 6th. We're probably going to see a lot more of that this election cycle. Dante, how much do you see that impacting public perception when it comes to how people vote in November? Is that a really big issue for voters, or do you see, questions about the economy, inflation, abortion even overpowering this? How much do you see this?
I don't think it's a main issue. I think everybody has made up their mind on what they believe happened on January 6th. I think there's footage that can't be contested, but reasonable minds can disagree on why it happened or the exact details of it. I don't know if at this late of a stage, anybody's going to be convinced otherwise from where they already stand. So if that was going to factor into their vote in November, I don't think there's any way to change that. So this can be played, to rile some people up, but they're going to rile up the people who already feel that way. Right. So I don't know if this really will make a difference. I understand that at a convention, you want to highlight things that are good for you and then also highlight things that can be perceived as bad for your opponent. And this is going to be par for the course, but I don't know if it's necessary to go into in depth here. They should focus on those other issues that are affecting us right now.
And Ambassador, what do you make of, them kind of highlighting or bringing back to the public's attention January 6th?
It's a really fair question. And what it makes me think of is that President Trump actually asked the DOD for 10,000 troops to be there at the Capitol the day of January 6th when he was going to do that very big, very peaceful rally. And Nancy Pelosi blocked those 10,000 troops. And she ultimately, on film, when her daughter was filming her, said she was responsible for what happened on January 6th in the Capitol. I agree with her. So it's a scandal what happened. He asked for security. It was not delivered by the people that had the power to deliver that security. And so it's on Nancy Pelosi what happened at the Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
We will be hearing from former Speaker, House Speaker, and Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi. But right now we have Benny Thompson there, member of the U.S. House of Representatives of Mississippi. So let's listen in to the DNC Live.
We taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome former United States Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, I need to acknowledge the sacrifices that 5 officers who died as a result of January 6th made on that day. My name is Aquilino Ganell. I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq, but nothing prepared me for January 6th. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the Army and Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you? On January 6th, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
Please welcome New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
When I was a kid, my parents brought me to the Capitol. They taught me that it's sacred ground, a symbol of our democracy. When I got to Congress, I was excited to bring my little boys to the same beautiful building. I asked them, "Do you like the Capitol?" And my oldest son, Austin, said, "I love the Capitol, and lowercase too." They are so sweet. But shortly after, we saw something unimaginable.
And there you have Congressman Andy Kim from New Jersey speaking on the stage. Let's go off the stage to the floor. We're not going too far, where our reporter Luis Martinez is there on the floor. Luis, what can you tell us?
Tiffany, Steve, as you can see behind me, this arena, the United Center Arena, is packed full with enthusiasm. We already start seeing some of the keynote speakers. I also had the chance to speak with some congressmen and senators. They had something very interesting to say. I spoke with Joaquin Castro, the congressman from California. I asked him what he thought the Harris-Walz ticket should do to gain the support of independents and moderates, and he said education and healthcare are the two things that they should talk about in order to gain independents and moderates. When I spoke with Maryland Congressman Kwesi Mfume, he said something very interesting. He said that in order to target independents, Kamala Harris has to have a message saying that independents are that independents. They're not Democrats, they're not Republicans, thus they should listen to the party that includes most visions. And of course, according to Congressman Mfume from Maryland, that would be the Democratic Democratic Party. When I spoke with Congressman Joseph Morell from New York, he was very happy, very enthusiastic. I asked him what he thought Congress was going to look like after November 5th, and he said he imagined himself with a gavel and a chairmanship. So, of course, he thinks that Democrats are going to flip the House come November 5th. On the Senate side, also very interesting, I talked to Senator Alex Padilla. He thought that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz should just continue their vision of rights. That should focus on the rights that citizens in America have and how they're going to protect them. And lastly, also something worthy to note was Senator Blumenthal. When I asked him if they're going to keep the Senate come November 5th, he said yes. And if they keep the Senate and have a majority, they're going to look to eliminate the filibuster. This is the second congressman has told me this while at the DNC yesterday. Gerald Nadler said the same thing, that they're looking to eliminate the filibuster if they can maintain control of the Senate. So interesting things to hear from the representatives and senators. A lot of enthusiasm. Back to you, Tiffany, Steve.
All right, Luis Martinez there on the floor of the DNC. Thank you for that. And we're going to bring it back in studio here. We have former Ambassador Carlos Sanz and Dante Mills with us. Dante, we heard just there, we're talking about, how to kind of get the moderates, the independents, who Luis was talking to, was saying education and healthcare. Now, when it comes to the need to get both moderates and progressives, if we look back to the 2020 election, maybe a lot of people are like Kamala Harris was the more progressive side to balance out President Biden to kind of reach across the aisle. Now, with the pick of Tim Walz, who has quite a lot of progressive policies, how do you see Harris tapping into the moderates?
Well, again, we're back at the point where we don't know how she's going to come out. We do know in her past campaign in 2020 for that election cycle, she presented as progressive. She may still be there, or she may come out and say, over the last 3.5 years, I've seen work in action, and I've determined that there's a better way to do things, and she may have moved over more to the middle. We don't know that. I assume that she is. She's going to present something that's more in the middle.
Dante, I don't mean to cut you off. We want to go into the DNC, to the live feed here where Stevie Wonder's at the podium.
Every song that I've written, it's because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts, win the disenchanted, win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear, clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me? We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach a higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach a higher ground? Are you ready to reach a higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mosky, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, we need everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're gonna have to get louder than this.
I want y'all to sing it with me. Come on. People. People.
You can sing.
People. Y'all say keep on going. Yeah. Are y'all with me? People dying.
Somebody scream.
And there you had Stevie Wonder performing. We were just talking about, you know, music playing a big part in tonight's theme. I think that was part of the gavel opening. But back to you, Dante. We kind of cut you off a little there when it comes to Kamala Harris. We are still waiting on her policies, but Kamala Harris and Walz when it comes to reaching out to the moderates. Actually, on that note, you know, Tim Walz has been described in the past as maybe more moderate, and then recently, if you look at his policies, they're more progressive. How do you see that playing into his speech tonight? Will he highlight policies, or do we maybe already know them?
I think he has to at least give us a hint of what's to come tomorrow. That's his role. He's the vice president. He's supposed to be the one to make those introductions, maybe test some things out, see how the public reacts to them overnight. And there may be some revisions made for Vice President Harris's speech on tomorrow. But Walz is going to be who he is. And that's someone who is really about the people. And you hear the word progressive a lot. I don't know if it has the same bad connotation that it had before. To a lot of people, progressive simply means that you want to make sure that everyone is taken care of and treated fairly. And you see that with Walz. He's obviously a teacher, a coach, and you look at the impact he had on children around him. My wife is a teacher, and I just understand that dynamic of when you are helping people kind of come into their own, you want to make sure that you take care of them. There are some downsides to that when you talk about it politically, because economically, I don't know how much it's sustainable to take care of people forever. So as a teacher, you want to nurture, but at some point you have to kind of let them go on their own and provide for themselves and things like that. But I think ultimately, that's who Tim Walz is. He's a caregiver, and that's going to show in his policies, which it has. He's providing free lunch for everybody in Minnesota and things like that. It's also going to show in his speech. When he talks, you're going to hear the sounds of somebody who occupied the lunchroom and who was over the kids in the lunchroom. And that's the kind of person he is, and that's what you're going to see tonight.
And speaking of policy, I just want to draw everybody's attention to the screen right now. It looks like one of the largest copies of Project 2025 on the history on the planet right now. And, Project 2025 has come under some scrutiny from the Democrats. Former President Trump distancing himself from this. Ambassador, I want to get your thoughts as to this. We've heard Jim Clyburn, Congressman from South Carolina, refer to it as Jim Crow 2.0. Talk to us about what's actually in this in terms of policy, and is it ultimately something that the American people should be wary of?
That is a big book, isn't it? But I just wanted to—
900 plus pages.
Yeah, 900 plus. I haven't actually read it, but I just, to Tim Walz's, to the point, this is a man who has stolen valor, claimed to be a command sergeant major when he didn't retire as a command sergeant major. He claimed that he had been in combat. He was never in combat. This is a man who claimed on his bio to be a coach. He was an assistant coach. This guy conflates and inflates his resume like I've never seen. If I saw that on a person's resume and learned that they had inflated all of their history, I wouldn't hire that person. I would think they lie on the resume, they're going to lie on the job. I'm not going to hire this person. That's just that point. But Project 2025, I think it actually is something that was written kind of like what Heritage Foundation, which is a wonderful conservative think tank, wrote for President Ronald Reagan. That was their first stab at a project like this. And they wanted to make a roadmap, but I suspect that the roadmap that they were making was for Ron DeSantis, not for Donald Trump, because they had Ron DeSantis speak at their 50th anniversary, not Donald Trump. And so I think it tacks much more conservatively than a President Trump and his administration would tack. I think that President Trump wants to be where the voters of America are. He wants to be president to all Americans, and so his goal is to be right where the voters want him to be and not try to make bans, or he wants people to have free will and free choice under our constitutional freedom.
Actually, on that note, Ambassador, kind of on the flip side of what I was asking Dante, if we look at Trump and Vance, some are saying, both sides when it comes to Harris and Walz. Now, Trump and Vance, they kind of have picked their lanes. We are still waiting to hear Harris's policy. But how do you see the Trump-Vance ticket feeding into both the moderates and the progressives? Can they get those votes?
Well, so it really depends what people are looking for. Trump-Vance, like tonight, their platform is peace through strength. And that was the great Ronald Reagan's mantra. And that is something that President Trump took very seriously. And he showed the world peace through strength. We saw no new foreign wars. We saw maximum pressure on Iran. He got us out of the Iran nuclear deal. In fact, the mullahs were starved of cash and they stopped funding Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels. And we saw a lot quieter Middle East. A lot of what President Trump did, Americans liked, especially a peaceful world, a secure border, a great economy. And when you start to talk about Walz and Harris and where are they going to go, well, her choice of a vice president like Tim Walz means that she's tacking further to the left. She's tacking hard left, I would say, more, and he's a socialist. So yes, it's clear that she's tacking left. So we'll see what they say, but I like to watch what people do, and we have a track record with Kamala Harris of almost 3.5 years, and she says she's the last person in the room with President Biden, so I trust that what he does, she has signed off on. I've never heard her say a crossword.
But if we look at that, President Biden is more in the middle. He's more of a president that tried to operate in that gray space in the center, probably more than any president that we've had for a while. So if Vice President Harris is going to continue in that line, then she isn't making a hard pivot to the progressive side.
Dante, she demonized half of the American people. She and President Biden demonized half of the American people and citizens. That is not tacking to the middle.
Well, I understand that, and I think part of what politics is right now is there's a lot of demonizing that happens on both sides.
No, I don't agree with you. No, the Republicans want to bring everyone into a healthy, wealthy, secure country. We do not demonize the other side. I challenge you to find demonization from J.D. Vance or from Donald Trump. He actually is trying to unify the American people.
Well, I can meet that challenge easy because both of them have comments and statements that demonize large sides. If we want to talk about J.D. Vance talking about women without children, if we want to talk about Donald Trump saying that people are coming into this country that are rapers, that they rape and murderers.
Some of them do rape and murder, yes.
Yes, but you're talking about large groups of people.
He doesn't talk about all of them. He actually says some of them are bad people. He doesn't demonize all of the immigrants, but they're all breaking the law.
But I think if we really want to reach people, we talked about this, we talk about it a lot. How do you bridge the gap? Because we don't want to divide a country. I don't think anybody does. It's not beneficial for anybody.
Obama did, even in his speech last night.
But if we want to bring the country together, part of that has to be acknowledging that there's good and bad on both sides. If anybody takes the stance that we're not doing anything wrong, that's not even possible. So that's not going to help us get to a point where we can say, you know what, there's things we can do better, there's things you can do better. Let's try to meet in the middle and make America better. If we take this stance, Donald Trump never says anything wrong about anybody. One, that doesn't really, it's not rational, and it's not realistic. And it's not going to allow people to come together and get better because there's no acknowledgement that there's room for growth. And I think that's important, and we have to focus on that, looking for room to growth so we can be better as a country.
And I think to Dante's point, one former president who did kind of reach across the aisle and get some of those, independent voters is former President Bill Clinton, who is speaking tonight. He appealed to working class voters. He ended up winning Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan by relatively large margins. These are all very important states in this election. So with that said, how significant do you think his speech is tonight that will come just moments away, essentially?
I think Bill Clinton's a political genius. And when he lost a midterm election, he tacked to the middle, unlike Joe Biden, who kept moving further left and to more socialist policies and spending more. Bill Clinton tacked to the middle. He worked with then Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich and actually got a balanced budget. He made a requirement that if you were a healthy person, adult, you had to work to get food stamps. This gave the people that were having to work to get those food stamps respect in themselves. That, when people have a job, they have a purpose in life. And I think it's very, very enabling to do that. And so I thought Bill Clinton, and I think history will prove him to be one of the greatest modern presidents because of his actions.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And Bill Clinton was one that was known, especially with his work with Newt Gingrich, to bring both sides together and look for policy that could move America forward. And both sides could kind of get behind, even if they did not start there. They ended up meeting in the middle, and that's what we want to get back to. I agree 100% that people need to work for a number of reasons. One, you need to be able to support yourself. It does give you a sense of purpose. And also, if you give things away, you have to sustain that. So if you set up these programs where you're giving people something, you're going to have to continue giving it to them forever, essentially. And we don't want that to happen. But there has to be some kindness in that. And that's one thing that I think If you look at former President Trump's platform, there are a lot of phenomenal economic policies, but the heart is what's missing. And we need that in politics. We need that for the American people to believe in, to get behind. I think that's equally as important as policy, treating people kind and letting them know the reason you're doing things. Now, I do believe that the Democrats sometimes treat the party like it's a pity party, right? They try and talk down to people and say, we're going to give you handouts and think that it'd be good enough. I think that's equally as bad. There has to be on both sides, treating people like they know what is needed, that they're capable of providing for themselves, and then giving them a platform to grow. And that's what we're trying to work towards as a nation.
And now preceding Bill Clinton tonight in his speech is going to be potentially the next Speaker of the House, depending on how things go this November, and that's Hakeem Jeffries. He's currently the minority leader in the House of Representatives, relatively new since Nancy Pelosi has stepped down from that position. What do you expect to hear from him? Typically on the Hill, he's very partisan and divisive. Do you expect a message of unity tonight?
I do expect a message of unity, and I'll tell you this. Representative Jeffries is from New York. He is a phenomenal, I believe, politician in the way he can get things done. And what you would like to see if he becomes the Speaker of the House is him look to get things done with people together. But I can tell you this, he has the relationships to convince some people to reach across the aisle without fear of what will happen if they do. That's where we are right now, where we need someone who's stern enough and has those relationships and says, if you reach across the aisle, I'll protect you. Because there's politicians who fear, even if they agree with a policy and they reach across the aisle, they won't win their next election.
And speaking of Hakeem Jeffries, we're going to tune into his speech right now.
And a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high-quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy,
Which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that, we're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy comes in the morning. Now there's only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th President of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union, nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
You want to go outside today?
Yeah.
You go put your shoes on?
Yes.
Let's go outside.
Ruby is 2 years old. I'm starting to think, will she be an iron worker like her dad? I hate to break it to you, but I'm not a billionaire. Donald Trump talked a big game about bringing jobs.
There was a look at the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries addressing the crowd at the DNC, and just in moments, we're going to bring you former President Bill Clinton's speech. Ambassador Sands, I want to get your thoughts on our conversation that we were having prior, as well as what you heard from the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, I mean, he is far left and he is a hammer. I think he is the right guy to follow Nancy Pelosi's footsteps. I wish the Republican Congress had someone like Nancy Pelosi leading their caucus, because I think that we would get a lot more done to the good instead of a lot of soft Republicans not putting forward. I mean, the fact that they never impeached Joe Biden with all of the corruption that everybody knew about, if Nancy Pelosi had been in the House, that would have been done more than a year ago. That's what I believe. But to your point, I wanted to say that President Trump has a great heart for the people. He is a very kind man, and he really cares about the everyday American. And I know that to be true. I know him personally. I've spoken to him about it. And also, I think it's important to mention that I don't want to let anything stand that isn't true.
Ambassador, I want to get your thoughts as well to the point that you made about sort of implying the unity among the Democrats in the House of Representatives, particularly under Nancy Pelosi's leadership. You see House Republicans sort of scattered all over the place. You have the House Freedom Caucus, you have different fragments and segments within the Republican Party in the House. What do you make of this? Is it dysfunction? Is it democracy? What is it?
Well, I think that the Democrats tend to be more falling under the leader in a line, and they're really disciplined if they're not. Look, John Fetterman is not at that convention.
I apologize. We're going to have to cut to the feed here where we have former
is.
President Bill Clinton about to speak. He's going to take the podium. We're going to bring you there now.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates. And they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, how can I help you? I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football, or any other sport, knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit, and are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him, he's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries you want them to know, whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level, that here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So, that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. He says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
From my home state, Massachusetts. I love you, Massachusetts. Everyone is always hating on us, but they just don't get it. Go Sox. Go Jason Tatum. Ben Affleck, hang in there. Dunkin' Donuts is the best coffee in the world. Okay.
And here's a live look still into DNC Night 3, where we just heard from former President Bill Clinton. Long speech, but he still hasn't lost his touch. Still the classic charisma from former President Clinton, the old Arkansas governor. He talked about how President Biden voluntarily gave up power, likened him to George Washington. Would you say that that was an accurate depiction of how this situation that we're seeing at the DNC is ultimately played out?
The shorter answer is yes, because no one put a gun to his head or made him do it. He still decided to do it, whether he was pushed or not, whether they were...
I'm sorry, Dante, we cut you off. We didn't expect Nancy to come out so quick. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi at the podium. I'll take you there now.
California. January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
Please welcome Alexander Hudlin, Jasper Emhoff, and Arden Emhoff.
Kamala Harris is our auntie.
She'll be a president who cares for all of us.
She'll lift us up. In 2016, we celebrated Auntie's Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to be concerned. Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about present and what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
Please welcome nominee for U.S. Congress in California, Latifah Simon.
Latifah Simon, and I am running for Congress. And I'm here tonight to tell you all about the Kamala Harris that I know. I'm gonna tell you. When Kamala Harris was the district attorney in San Francisco, California, I was a teen mother running an organization working to end sex trafficking among beautiful young women and girls, to build the self-determination and power among those girls. And Kamala learned about the work that I was doing, and she asked me to join her team. And I joined her team. She saw my potential, my commitment, and the good work that we could do together. And I saw her. I saw Kamala Harris holding the hands of sexual assault survivors. I saw scores of mothers who lost their babies to gun violence, lining up day after day at the courthouse, waiting only to speak to Kamala because they knew that she would hear them, that she would truly see them. Because there's something about Kamala Harris. For those who know her, you know. When she hears your story, she carries it with her. When she sees you, she truly sees.
And here we're watching the live coverage of the DNC Night 3, where we just heard from former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, as well as former President Bill Clinton. Right before Nancy Pelosi came out to speak, Dante, you were giving your thoughts on former President Bill Clinton's speech. Talk to us about the impact of his speech and some of the major ones that we've seen up until this point.
Yes, I think that part of any convention is about kind of paying homage to those that came before. And when you talk about the former presidents, especially on the Democratic side, you have these large figures like former President Bill Clinton, former President Barack Obama. You have to give them their space at these events because they still command the crowd. They're phenomenal at their interactions and the way they connect with people. and you want everybody in these arenas to kind of have that nostalgia of when they were president. And there's a lot of good memories about the time that Bill Clinton was president. So it's interesting to see that they're all getting their moments, and everything is going to lead up to Vice President Harris. That's obviously the big ticket, but you want to give these people their time to shine. You want to bring back the nostalgia of the Democratic Party that people loved, and let it lead on to the future.
Ambassador, as we've seen, the former presidents coming out, we didn't quite see that at the RNC. There was no former president George Bush there. Does it speak to kind of the difference in unity between, we were talking about the House of Representatives as well, how the Democrats kind of get right in line for Nancy Pelosi, yet we see a little bit more of a disturbance on the Republican side. Is that ultimately a good thing, or is it something that the Republicans should address?
Well, I think actually the Democrats are more divided than the Republicans. In spite of that, I do think that the Democrats have sort of their classical Democrat group, and then they've got the Hamas wing that's anti-Israel. And, so there's sort of, I think, a bigger split in the Democrats, and they're having more trouble than the Republicans. I do think it's the right thing to have George W. Bush, who many of us put first when he was the president, worked to help him get elected, worked hard to help him be reelected. And we believe in the Republican Party. This is now still the Republican Party. He should endorse our candidate, Donald Trump. So should Mike Pence. They should endorse our candidate. It's the right thing to do. You have to put the party first, even if you have hurt feelings, as many of us have had over the years, because the point is to unify behind our candidate, because if President Trump is reelected, I believe Western civilization will be saved. The march toward socialism/communism in the United States will be slowed, hopefully stopped, but also the whole world will be safer. Freedom of speech will perhaps be saved in the Western world because it's being ended very, very quickly right now.
But Carly, if I may, you can't ignore the fact or simply overlook it and say, for example, Vice President or former Vice President Pence should endorse former President Trump. Clearly, Pence does not believe that he's the best person for the job, or he would have endorsed him. And instead of saying he should do what's right for the party, I think the question should be why. Why is the person who was closest to the president in office not believe he's the best person for the job moving forward? And it's not only former Vice President Pence. We're talking about, it was something like 34 of the 36 cabinet members that haven't endorsed former President Trump for his new campaign cycle. And you have to wonder why the people closest to him do not believe he's the best person to lead the country.
That's not actually true. There are many of his cabinet members that are contributing to his campaign. They've moved on into different businesses. They're serving both Democrats and Republicans in their business, so they're not taking a political stance, but they're contributing and supporting President Trump. And I'll go further. Mike Pence was given a great honor when he was appointed to be President Trump's running mate. He brought him back into the spotlight and gave him a lot of power in his administration. And I do believe it's the right thing to support the man that made him vice president. There's a lot of hurt feelings in different places, but you can see the Democrats put those feelings aside and look at them today. That should happen in the Republican Party, because it's not like they may think he's the best candidate or not. Not voting for Donald Trump is a vote for Kamala Harris and a vote for a march toward communism in the United States.
But my simple question to you is, if that's the case, why are these former Republican presidents, all of these Republican politicians, despite knowing that if they don't endorse former President Trump, there may be a victory on the Democratic side, why are they still not doing it? There has to be a reason that they don't believe Donald Trump deserves their endorsement.
Well, unfortunately, some people in some of these political families do a lot of business with the Chinese Communist Party, and they are on the payroll. And that has corrupted some of these families, I'm sorry to say, families that I know and respect, but it is an issue. So when they're pulled into that world, their alliances change to benefit their families, just like it happened with Joe Biden, working with the Chinese Communist Party.
And just switching gears a little bit, there are still some high-profile speakers that are expected to speak tonight. We're still expecting to hear Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro coming out. He was on the short list to be Harris's VP pick, as well as Wes Moore, the current governor of Maryland. He's the, some might say a rising star in the Democratic Party. I want to get your thoughts, Dante, as to what perspective, unique perspective, you think Wes Moore may bring to this convention, and how do you think his speech will influence the Democrat Party's future?
I think it will. He's very popular in his state, and I think when you bring people, and Maryland is a state that's kind of pivotal. When you look at the geographic location, it's kind of in the middle of when you move north to the northeast, where it's the Democratic strongholds, and then you start to go south, where there's a lot of swing states, or you start to get Republican as you go further south. If you can start to move that line down, if you're with the Democratic Party, you want to do that. So you figure if Wes Moore can come in and talk about the benefits of his party and the impact that they've had on Maryland, then that may transfer over and move down to Virginia. And then you go to North Carolina, South Carolina, and those kind of states. So you want to start to expand. And that's what I think they're doing when they're bringing all of these people in. I want to hear from Josh Shapiro how he plans to impact Pennsylvania, because that's a very pivotal state. He's popular there. He was on the short list for VP. And in fact, when Vice President Harris announced her pick, she was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And Josh Shapiro led that rally there and gave a really moving speech that I think he's going to try and replicate tonight. But those supporters around her, who are the next pieces of the party, you want them to be there so as she ascends for the Democrats' hope to the office of president, she has these pieces around her that can reach people and help move her agenda forward.
And Ambassador Sands, I just want to point out, appreciate you highlighting the point that it wasn't necessarily the Trump campaign pushing out Pence or former President Bush. It was more their choice not to endorse the former president. And while we're talking about him, earlier today, he and, Vance, J.D. Vance, and President Trump were both campaigning in North Carolina, where a big part of Vance's speech was talking about China and calling out communist China, whether it was how they handled the pandemic, how they have handled the fentanyl coming into the United States. I want to get your thoughts as to how important foreign policy is going to be this election cycle. There's been a lot of talk about domestic issues, but not so much about foreign policy. How important is this to the American people, or should it be?
Right, so I think foreign policy is very important to the American people, but I think top of mind for the American people, it's not. They're concerned about their pocketbooks. They're concerned about keeping their health care. They're concerned that their kids are getting a great education, that inflation comes down, that they can actually afford to buy a house or buy groceries. But in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, as the governor, is going to be under pressure because Kamala Harris for years has said she wants to ban fracking. And fracking is the second largest source of income in Pennsylvania after farming. Farming is about $81 billion. Fracking is, gas and oil is right behind. And so it's a very important, not just jobs driver of about 10 million jobs in the U.S. from oil and gas, but also it's our energy security. If people are interested in helping with those issues, they can go to, it's called Trump Force 47, and they can actually volunteer to learn more and help with the Trump campaign. And then they can also go to swampthevoteusa.com, swampthevoteusa.com, and commit to voting, because we all want to vote in this election. But I think that the China threat, they even will message and use bots and influence and pay nonprofits to message against American oil and gas, because they have a lock on the green energy, solar panels and windmill production and the rare earths that go into all of these essential things in the green space. So that's another threat from China, just paying nonprofits and messaging negatively about our own energy.
We're going to come back to this discussion in a moment. Right now, we do have Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada speaking at the DNC. We're going to go to her speech now.
As AGs, we took on the big banks after the foreclosure crisis. And let me tell you, Kamala did not settle for less than homeowners deserved. Her leadership helped win billions for working families nationwide. Delivering for families, that's Kamala Harris. Kamala and I also worked to protect our southern border. During that time, Kamala invited a group of AGs across the border to meet with Mexican officials. Now, we worked together to put transnational criminals and drug smugglers behind bars. Holding criminals accountable, that's Kamala Harris. Listen, and when we took on human traffickers, Kamala had us meet with survivors so that we could understand who we were fighting for. Standing up for justice, that's Kamala Harris. So trust me when I say I know she will fight for our families and our freedoms. Now, we must fight for her. Every vote matters. I know, in 2016, Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico, to serve as the first Latina in the United States Senate. I'll tell you what. And in 2022, my reelection came down to 7,928 votes. Because of voters in Nevada, the Democrats won the Senate majority. And I'm here to tell you, we can do it again. We can send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Thank you. 2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is. Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around three basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
Please welcome author, activist, and youngest presidential inaugural poet in American history, Amanda Gorman.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country.
It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare era, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, one, from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it. Thank you.
There's a word I heard. The word is called freedom. Can you tell me what it means?
Interesting. Let me think about that for a second.
And coming back in studio for a moment as the DNC Night 3 is still underway with a few more big speakers, obviously the headliner, Vice President candidate Tim Walz. But back to our previous discussion here, we were discussing the issue of fracking and Kamala Harris's stance on that. I want to give you a chance to respond to her stance.
I think it's an interesting conversation because when we talk about, we'll specifically talk about the issue of fracking. There were some statements by Kamala Harris prior that she would ban fracking, but she's come out and said she wouldn't. And if you look at what has happened under President Joe Biden, in 2023, we were producing 13 million barrels of oil a day, which is the most we've ever produced. So when you talk about our nation being able to produce gas and oil, which fracking is a huge part of, if this administration is any indication, there will be no ban. And in fact, she says she will not ban fracking. But that brings up an even bigger point of, as a politician, do you have the ability to change your mind? If you learn about an issue and decide that there's a better way to address it or to handle it, let's say, for example, she didn't know the benefits of fracking and the benefits it would bring to this country, but she learned that and now is pledging not to ban it, should she have that right? And should she be penalized for that? I don't think she should. I think we want our politicians to grow. We want them to be able to look at issues closer and change their mind if they see that there's benefit there for the country and not feel stuck just because they may have declared on that issue before.
I think there's a few issues at play there. You also have the issue of jobs. And, you know, the Biden-Harris administration also shut down the Keystone pipeline, which some say that is in the same wheelhouse as fracking. Is that, you know, good enough for you?
So they did on day one, canceled Keystone XL pipeline, about 11,000 good paying jobs gone with the stroke of a pen. And then you see the other pipeline projects that have been killed. You see the blocking on federal lands of the natural gas exploration, oil and gas. You see his ban, he's calling it a pause, on exports to our allies of American natural gas, and he's stopping the increase in the ability of us, for us, to export more natural gas, even if we produce it. And our allies need it. They don't want to buy Russian gas. They'd like to buy American gas. I like to call it freedom gas. But there are so many actions that they're taking, and she says she's going to double down and spend about $10 trillion, so much more than Joe Biden spent on this, she calls it net zero, this green transition, which will largely end. We are still growing in gas and oil, but the growth has been throttled down because of the anti-American energy policies. He's taken his hat in hand and begged countries like Venezuela to sell us their dirty energy, which is a lot dirtier to produce than our clean American energy. He'd rather get it from other countries, even not so good countries, not ally countries, than get it from trusted American producers, the cleanest in the world, like I said. But she has goals, like he and Kamala Harris have said they want all electric vehicles, 70% by 2035. So these are goals that they've put in place, and they're mandating it. Car companies are scrambling to comply with these new laws. They don't want to be on the wrong side of the administration. So there are real challenges coming down the road in our American energy.
Dante, when it comes to that, we often hear about energy security being national security. With this current administration, the Biden-Harris administration, there has been a lot of talk about the push for green energy, renewable energy, electric vehicles, all of that. How do you see Harris and Walz navigating that when it comes to maintaining American national security while pushing, you know, these other ones that they are looking for?
I think exactly how you just described it, Tiffany. You have to kind of meet somewhere in the middle. And that seems to be my theme for, I guess, this Democratic National Convention Day 3, meeting in the middle. Reliance is the word you want to avoid. We don't want to have to rely on any other nation for energy. And I think the fact that we are producing now more gas than we have ever before, oil than we have ever before, is a great thing. But we also have to look towards the future and say green energy is something that needs to happen. We have to be able to produce clean energy that's not taking away from our planet. We want a planet that can last forever. And sometimes it may seem like cartoonish to talk about, oh, the planet, you know, is being destroyed. But in fact, there's signs that it is. You know, we're talking about when you look at ice glaciers and things like that, there's ways to track that we're doing damage to this planet. So we have to meet in the middle. Produce what we need right now, but also prepare moving forward for the future by pushing people to more clean energy and allowing us to grow as a nation and not have to rely on anybody else.
I'd like to speak to that when we come back.
But we do have Oprah Winfrey, so we're going to tune into the DNC stage right now live.
Oprah's on.
Looking good.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, We have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th President of the United States. The best of America. You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
Here's what I want people to know about Tim Walz.
Well, everybody at Mankato West High School loved Tim Walz.
Yeah, I mean, Tim was jovial. When he would start teaching, it was like full contact.
All right, and there we just had Oprah Winfrey giving, looks like she got all the crowd on their feet there at the convention there. This is day 3 of the DNC. Now, Dante, earlier we were speaking of energy, national security, energy security. Now, when it comes to that right now, we're seeing a lot of reports that America is quite reliant on China, especially when we're making electric vehicles, you know, the rare earth minerals, whether that's the minerals themselves or the refining, mining process. China dominates that market, about 80%. When it comes to that and saving the planet, right, you were talking about that as well, China is arguably the world's biggest polluter on its own, and it's just starting up more and more coal plants. We're talking about global warming, not regional warming, if you want to talk about that, right? So how does China and this reliance right now that we're seeing fit into how America is trying to fix that, if you will?
Well, part of it, I think, we're going to have to be comfortable moving on to different types of technology. When you talk about batteries and things like that, I think China does have a stronghold on the market. So we're going to have to find other ways to generate power so that we can move away from that. Once we do, then I think the production of that, China will be forced to scale back on that production, and that will be a good thing for the globe itself. And talking about global warming, not just impacting a certain region with what's happening in the world. So again, reliance is the key term. We never want to be in a position where we have to go to somebody and say, we need you to power our devices, we need you to power our cars. We can't allow that to happen. And I think that hopefully Vice President Harris has learned that. And I think that would show just in her stance changing on fracking, and that she again begins to expand her knowledge on that area so that we can move into an energy dependent or energy independence, as a nation where we can generate what we need to use and not have to rely on anybody else, specifically China.
Yeah, well, so tonight's theme for the Republicans, the counter program, is Make America Strong Again. Under President Trump, we actually were energy independent for the first time in 70 years, and we were on our way to energy dominance. And under Biden and Kamala Harris, we're no longer energy independent. Like I mentioned earlier, we're now importing energy to make sure we have enough. And also, they've drained our strategic oil reserves by more than half, which is a really dangerous thing for our national security. And the good news is American gas is renewable, and we harvest it cleanly, and it's the reason our air is cleaner today than it was 10 or 15 years ago. While our economy has increased, our air has actually gotten cleaner. Our environment's been cleaner more than any other developed country because of American natural gas. So I think we need to increase our American natural gas. If President Trump is reelected, we will. He has promised to regain energy dominance. He likes to say, drill, baby, drill.
Dante, I want to let you respond to that, but I also want to circle back to one of our earlier points. We're talking about how both sides can try and reach out to the moderates, progressives. We just heard from Oprah Winfrey right there, kind of making the case where she's saying she's an independent. She wants to reach out to that base. How successful do you see Oprah's speech tonight being in moving the needle towards the Harris-Walz campaign?
Everything Oprah does is successful. She has a stronghold on people because people trust her. She's been in our lives as Oprah for a long time. And she's always that listening ear where people go on her show, and that's where she became famous with her talk show, where people would sit down with her and feel comfortable telling their truth. And she would respond in a way to make you feel like you would be better after that conversation. And I think that still translates. So when she's talking to people about the nation, when she's talking to people about the future and saying, this is who I believe can lead us to a better future, there's going to be people who believe her. And Oprah has generally operated as an independent. She showed a lot of support for the Obamas when they were running for office, but generally throughout her span, Oprah has been independent and hasn't really backed heavily political candidates. So the fact that she's here speaking at this convention, I think says a lot, and people will take notice of it. When Oprah speaks, people listen. So people will take notice of that she's affirmatively speaking out and advocating for Vice President Harris, and I think it ultimately will make a difference.
Ambassador, we are seeing big names, right, like Oprah Winfrey, these singer legends like John Legend that's supposed to come up. We had Stevie Wonder earlier. All of these have their own very big bases that will listen to them, as Dante was just pointing out. So when you have the Democratic Party having the backing of people like this with such a big reach, how do you see the Republican Party navigating that? Of course, we had Hulk Hogan and stuff, right? People remember WrestleMania in the past, but how do you see the Republican Party trying to get that same maybe pop culture appeal?
Yeah, I think that it's two very different parties. I think that Hollywood has largely, not when I was a little kid, but now tacked very hard left. And I would say they're on the far left spectrum of the Democrat Party, most of them. And I think that they're pretty capable messengers, but I think people care about the fact that their lifestyle, their beautiful American life, is slipping away from them because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's policies. That's a really hard thing, that life is costing them an average of more than $11,400 per year just to maintain their living standards. That's a pretty hard thing. So you can have all the stars you want. People actually want their lives back. That's what I think.
Yeah, and it's a fair point that the economy is going to drive, I think, ultimately the result of this election. But you do need vehicles and people to put that message out. And it's one thing to have even strong policy. It has to be combined with a message and messengers. And I think that the Democratic Party, even in this convention, is showing that they may be leading in that regard, getting people out there that have a powerful voice, that pop culture feel that you talked about, that a lot of people relate to. People are watching this convention, but more people are going to see it on X or on TikTok. They're going to see little snippets from their favorite celebrity, and they're going to listen to what those snippets are because those celebrities are putting it forward. So I think the Republican Party should pay attention to that and not just overlook the fact that these celebrities are leaning Democrat, trying to get them on board with them as well.
And on top of the pop culture vote, on the screen right now, you do have a very young governor of Maryland, Governor Wes Moore there. And, you know, there's also the issue of pop culture generally resonating more with young people. I think if you were to take a poll right now or go out and talk to people on the street in New York, there's a lot of young folks that are just disengaged from politics. And so right now there's the argument that the Harris-Walz campaign is generally riding on this kind of vibes campaign as opposed to policy. What do the Republicans need to do to break through that?
Well, I think it's true. I think largely the younger generation is ignorant of the foundations of our country. They don't know the Constitution. They haven't learned. When I was a little kid, Sesame Street would have these jingles, and they'd say, "I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill," and it would tell you the story of how laws are made, and you'd learn that as a little kid. And now the kids aren't learning this. In fact, they've largely, on the left side, they've pulled American history out, and they have reduced the teaching of American history unless it's negative about our fabulous country, the most welcoming country in the history of the world, the one that's benefited the world the most, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We need to teach what's great about our country, and the first thing is our Constitution and how that gives us our freedoms, the foundation of our freedoms. But just as you were talking about influencers in Hollywood, I want to just raise that the algorithms are even more powerful than these Hollywood endorsements. The fact that Google, Meta, and other big platforms are suppressing Donald Trump, searching for his name, the assassination attempt, his rallies, and pushing Kamala Harris up instead. That swings, they said last election, 2020, 3 to 4 million votes by this algorithmic, I would call it illegal campaign contribution.
And let's not leave TikTok out of the equation. Chinese-backed TikTok,
yes.
Very dangerous.
Very
In the
dangerous.
meantime, we're going to go back to the convention where Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is addressing the crowd.
I never thought I'd hear myself saying, "I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News." I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, But I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
Seeing Governor Walz going to Congress and then becoming governor, I see the guy that was a first sergeant. I see a guy that's full of energy, always busy. And like he says, you get enough time to sleep when you're dead. I first met.
And coming back from the feed from the DNC in studio for a moment, while we still await some of the key speakers, including VP candidate Tim Walz, who will be headlining this evening. Bringing it back to our earlier discussion right before we cut to the Transportation Secretary, who's also a relatively young person. We're talking about the effect of the campaign and how it will have on young voters and attract those young voters. Dante, I want to give you a chance to respond to the ambassador's comments.
I disagree. I think our youth know exactly what's going on, not just with politics, but with life. And what we can't do is just ignore them and tell them or try to tell them what's important in their lives, because we have to make adjustments for new generations, new experiences that they have. We also can't make people feel bad for being themselves. So we have to accept them where they are. And I think part of being political is showing that you matter, right? You want to show the people in our country that how you feel matters, what happens to you matters. And I think that's part of what's missing when you talk about the Republican Party. There may be some policies that work, but you can't overlook how people feel in this nation, because that's going to impact how they interact with each other, how happy they're going to be in their daily lives. And I think you have to factor that in. And you can't say our youth don't know what's going on because they may not be able to recite the preamble of the Constitution. You have to look at the impact that they're having on society and the impact society is having on them and give them their space to learn and grow.
Ambassador, we'll give you a chance to respond, but we're going to toss it back to the DNC to John Legend's performance.
But we don't know why. Maybe it's 'cause we're all gonna die. And when we do, oh, what's it all for? You better live now before the big river comes knocking on your door. How we gonna let the other break us down? Let's go crazy. Let's go nuts. Let's work for the purple banana till they put us in the truck. Let's go! Come on, baby. I need everybody to get nuts with me. Come on. Are we on here? Come on. Let's
Incredible. I just want to say I feel so motivated after tonight. It's like never been more clear that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are elected this November, they're going to protect our freedoms. The freedom to read whatever books you want. The freedom to work one job and afford your rent. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect your freedom to start a family on your own terms. And if you ask me, that is something worth fighting for. So guys, let's do it. It's time. Let's nominate the next Vice President of the United States, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And to take us there, please welcome to the stage, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Okay, that was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance. What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah! You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership, by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
Out here in the wide open spaces, we are reminded of the values we share: a commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major. Tim went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in this together. When one of our students started the school's Gay-Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then, Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
But Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws. But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
2 middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class, they'll repeal the Affordable Care Act, they'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first, health care, and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
And there you have it, the headliner this evening, Tim Walz, giving his speech, addressing the crowd at the night 3 of the DNC, the final speech, the keynote, if you will, of the day. You know, it seemed, Dante, back to our panel here, Ambassador Sands, Dante, it seemed as though, you know, it was a lot of the greatest hits, the Democrat, you know, Party's greatest hits. You had the talk of Medicare, middle-class tax cuts, support for abortion. But it didn't seem as though, at least that I could gather, that there was anything really new in terms of where they stand policy. So, you know, if, in fact, this is the similar tone that we see tomorrow from Kamala Harris, the presidential candidate, do they run the risk of being looked at as the status quo, where there's a lot of folks that are just not happy where we currently are right now?
If this happens tomorrow, they run the risk of not having a chance in this election. Because this is the platform, this is the stage that everybody is watching. And they're watching to hear what type of president Vice President Harris would be. And if they don't hear that now, when will they hear it? So I think what they cannot do is try to dupe the American people into voting for them off of a feeling. There's a lot of excitement right now in this party, and you have to back that up with substance. And so far in this convention, I haven't seen it. It's a little disappointing because it feels like every time we talk, we say, okay, well, they're going to get to it soon. It's coming. We're going to hear the policy. We're at the end of the third day. We're 75% through this convention, and I still can't tell you what their main platform is going to be in the election that's 2 months away. So I think it's a problem right now. The American public is too smart to vote for someone that they don't know and don't understand and don't know what they're going to get. So tomorrow they have a lot of work to do. So hopefully they do it, and American people can then decide once they know where they stand whether or not they've earned their vote.
Ambassador, to Dante's point, he says the American people are too smart. Are you heartened kind of to see the fact that they're not talking about their policies and that this may be an opportunity for the Republicans?
Well, I think it's by design. I think Tim Walz has a shaky relationship with the truth, much like Joe Biden, seems to make a lot up. And he actually told flat out untruths during his speech. He said Donald Trump will ban abortion. I promise you, Donald Trump will not ban abortion. He has kicked it back to the states through the Supreme Court, where it belonged in the first place. Every state is going to have different laws. They're all going to learn different lessons from those laws. But women in America have a right to an abortion. No one has told them they cannot. And so certainly not President Trump. And so Tim Walz told a big fat lie right there. And his wife continued the stolen valor claim of a command sergeant major. He was not a command sergeant major, never completed that training. And a lot of veterans are really upset with him. And we don't know
You're talking about in the intro video
yes,
prior
in
to
her
the speech.
intro video when she was introducing him on the video. But Americans, it's like 80-20, are not happy with this economy, believe that President Trump will do a better job with the economy than the Biden-Harris administration. And it sounds like she's going to double down on the policies that have been in place and make it even worse with more spending on her Green New Deal.
Yeah, the problem is if this campaign does not declare who they are, people will have the ability to just read in whatever they want. And there will be people who just assume she's going to do exactly what President Biden has done. There's going to be people who assume that she's going to go far left, which is what she and how she campaigned for the 2020 cycle. You just can't leave that up to the imagination, what your platform is going to be. So I appreciate the effort, the production that went into this, because they've recognized that people needed to be, that energy, they needed a place for it to go. But they have to pair it with substance. And I want to keep saying it because I hope they're listening. And if that speech for Vice President Harris tomorrow was similar to the one for Tim Walz today, I hope they're doing some editing and adding policy to it, because the public needs to hear what they stand on. We've talked about, there's protesters there in Chicago that are trying to get their voice heard, and they want to know whether it was heard or not, what side they're going to come down on. So I want us to look at the last 3 days as just as upbeat as it was. I think that was the intent, to get everybody something to be happy about. And I'm going to go into tomorrow with the expectation that it should be kind of boring, because the music, the dancing, we don't have any more time for that. We need to hear policy tomorrow. We need to know what's going to happen with our country if she wins this election.
And on that note, do you think that Kamala Harris needs to sit down for an interview with more than one, say, friendly media outlet?
I think she has to do that. I don't know when that has to come. I believe it will. And from my understanding of my conversation, she plans to do that a week after the convention is over, to allow people to kind of sit in the convention and take in what they saw. But if you don't include any policy in this convention, the songs are over, right? The dance party has ended. There won't be anything for people to kind of sit in for the next week, because they're going to be wondering what's happening with our country if you get control of it. So if this speech tomorrow is not full of policy, then she is going to have to get in front of the American people as soon as possible and just explain it. But the problem is she's not going to have the same audience. There's a lot of people looking at this and waiting to hear what's going to happen. So I'm hoping that tomorrow she follows through and gives the people what they want, which is to know what her stance is on a lot of issues.
On that note, on the other hand, Ambassador, we've been talking about how the Democratic Party is quite good at messaging. We have all the celebrities here tonight, the singers, and of course, Oprah Winfrey. When it comes to the Republican side, at least for former President Donald Trump, a lot of people are saying his policies are solid. But what can they do in terms of messaging, especially when it maybe comes to the other groups like the youth vote? That's a big vote. A lot of people say that helped President Biden get the presidency in 2020. If they come out and vote, right, what does the Republican side need to learn in terms of messaging?
Well, I think the hardest thing for Republicans is overcoming the bias in the algorithms and in big tech, whether it's Google, Facebook, Instagram, GPT. Those are all skewed to heavily to the Democrats. Makes it very hard for Republicans to get their voice out. Even if you just type in Trump rally, Kamala Harris comes up because they've played with the algorithms to give the hand on the scale to the Democrats, and that's everything. That's even the Trump assassination. It was hidden. The Trump photo after his assassination saying fight, fight, fight. You can't find it. It's hidden by their algorithms. And so because of this unfair bias, which should not be legal, I believe that these big platforms are the new town square and they should be regulated like the telephone company. And so no one has the scale tipped in their favor, but it should be a neutral platform. This is very, very hard. But I think young people are hungry for a new message. They want to be able to afford a house. They actually want to have a growing economy. They're being told by the Democrats, because of climate change, don't have children. Because of climate change, the world's going to end in 12 years. And that was a couple of years ago. I mean, they put so much fear in the hearts of these young people, they can't sleep at night. That's an actual fact that they're having mental illness because of the threats that they've been taught, which are not true. Our air is cleaner today than it was when I was a kid, and certainly cleaner than 15 years ago. So we have to instill in young people truth, not propaganda. And we need to make sure that we don't allow these radicals to hijack the message, and that children actually, and young people actually are taught with truth, whether it's about our founding, about the opportunity in America. We are an opportunity society. And President Trump has delivered a great economy. If he is reelected, our economy, it will be like a rocket ship. People are just waiting. And that's why the stock market went up so high when Joe Biden was still in the election, because there was more of an idea that Donald Trump would be elected. The race got harder when Kamala Harris got in, but it's still winnable as long as every Republican gets out and votes early, because we don't know what's going to happen on Election Day.
And right now we're going to bring our attention back to the DNC floor, where we have entities Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez standing by for us. Guys, what was the atmosphere there like during Tim Walz's speech?
Palpable energy. It was very energetic here. We had people carrying signs that said Coach Walz. He's known as Coach Walz by many. We saw some of his former players up there as well.
The Minnesota Scarlets, the football team that he coached younger, showed up on stage. It was a very emotional moment.
Yes, absolutely. We saw his family members there at the end as well. And we heard from speeches about who he was as a person, a lot about his personal history during his speech. Policy-wise, they said that he offered a big tax cut in Minnesota, although we know he's also for increasing tax as well. But learning more about his policies, that's going to come on down the campaign trail, I'm sure of it. But we definitely know more about his history. Serving in the National Guard for 24 years, which is a volunteer role, a very selfless thing to do, to join the Army. And so there is controversy around that, of course, but we did hear a lot about him as a person.
Yeah, and as the speeches were finalizing, I caught up with Congressman Gregory Meeks, and I asked him what was his main takeaway from Governor Walz's speech, and he said soul, character, fighting from the bottom up, and also he emphasized how Governor Walz did not come from privilege and lived a real life. Of course, that's a dig towards former President Donald Trump and also J.D. Vance. Governor Walz referred that all of the 24 students in his classroom graduated, but none of them went to Yale. Obviously, another comment referencing J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party.
Absolutely, and we know he comes from Mankato. Mankato High School is where he taught high school. classes as well as football. He brought his team all the way to a championship, a state championship of the small place there. And a lot of love and support we can see coming out of there.
And now Senator Cory Booker just asked the audience as they were leaving whether they had the ayes or nays to call for a recess. So finally, the third day of the DNC is finally over. They're on recess. He hit the gavel against wood, and now we'll have to wait for one more day, the final day, where Kamala Harris will be the keynote speaker at the end, accepting the nomination for the Democratic Party. So a lot of excitement. Of course, we did not hear from Pink, but we did hear from Stevie Wonder and from John Legend. So we'll see if that happens tomorrow, or what will be the star-studded lineup for the last day of the DNC. Back to you.
Entities Luis Martinez and Jack Bradley, thank you for that live update from the floor of the DNC. And coming back in studio, Dante, when it comes to policy issues that we're searching for right now, especially from Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, is there anything specific that you would like to hear and like to see coming from her?
Sure. I mean, we know the three big issues, the economy, immigration, and foreign policy. I think those are the three main issues that they're going to be looking at. As far as the economy goes, what we do know has been put out is that there's going to be a $6,000 child tax credit, and that she wants to make $25,000 available for first-time homeowners, first-time home buyers. But where does that money come from? What happens after they get into the house? How are you protecting the taxes that people have to pay, inflation from going up, so that they can afford to stay in those homes? I know that she is saying that the target of her campaign and her policy is going to be the middle class, but what does that mean? And how can we pay for it in a way that doesn't put our country in a hole, but allows people to grow here and be able to develop? So I want to hear some specifics with the border. What is she going to do to protect the border, allow people to come in that should, because we want our country to be an open country. We all came here for a better life, no matter where we're from, unless you're a Native American, right? You came here from somewhere. So we can't close our border, but we want it to be regulated so it's not being overran, and that it's safe with the people that's coming in. We also want to know about foreign policy. There's a lot of wars going on in this world. There's a lot of things happening between Russia and Ukraine. You talk about Israel and Palestine. There's a lot of things that are going to impact the American people and could put our lives in danger if not handled the right way. How does she plan to handle that? So she has a lot of work cut out for her. I'm not saying she can't do it, but leaving it all for one speech, that's a big ask for her on the last day of the convention.
And Ambassador Sands, as you watch day 3 conclude, if you're the Trump campaign right now, how are you viewing your position?
I think you're feeling pretty good right now. I think you look at this convention, and I think it looks like a lot of smoke and mirrors. They're not addressing what people are feeling when they go to the grocery store, and they caused it. This is the Democrat policies that she is the mother of that has caused the pain for the people. What they're paying to fill up their gas tank, it's expensive. It's 50% higher than it was during President Trump's time. President Trump has promised to bring down the inflation, and he'll do that. He would make us, when I was ambassador, cut our budgets by 20, 10, and 5% every year and tell us that one of those is going to happen, and we would be prepared for that pain. And then you know what? Congress would fund us and give us more than we asked for. President Trump is a fiscal conservative. He loves the people. He's going to make sure that they have the care that they need. He said he's not going to touch things that people care about, like welfare, like Medicare and Social Security. I don't mean welfare. I mean Medicare and Social Security. He's actually said he wants people who are able-bodied to work if they're going to get food stamps. So we can see President Trump has a proven track record of energizing our economy, of bringing jobs back, making sure people have more money in their pocket. And Kamala Harris, we know that it has been disastrous for most people. The average American can no longer afford to buy a house. They have less money in their pocket, and they have much less savings in their savings accounts because of the pressure of this bad Biden-Harris economy. In fact, most people, on average, most people are actually using their credit cards to pay their bills each month. because they're so tapped out. And that's not necessary. President Trump will change all that.
Well, I just want to thank our guests for joining us tonight to really focus on some of these policy issues that are very important to the American people. And that does conclude tonight's special coverage of the DNC.
We do want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. We've got one night left of the convention, so remember to tune in tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern to watch our coverage, which will wrap up with Democratic candidate Kamala Harris's nomination acceptance speech.
I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And from all of us here at NTD, have a good night. And remember, stay informed and always seek the truth.